Chapter 119. In the middle of the night, the train station in Paris was particularly busy. Of course, there were no bustling tourists or dazzling luxury goods. There was only the pungent smell of engine oil and gunpowder. The strong smell of war could be smelled even without using one's nose. Their eyes could see the reflection of metal and ferocious mechanical bodies. Their ears could hear the sound of metal friction and electricity. There was an indescribable but real, murderous atmosphere. The romantic capital of Paris had become a stage of steel, blood, and war. On the tracks, there was an armored train suspended in the air. There were many sealed cabins, and soldiers covered in murderous auras were sleeping in the tightly sealed cabins. The huge exoskeleton mecha, the apocalypse tank, and the terror robot were all protected by these sealed cabins. They were like statues made of steel. Inside the train station, most of the workers were not used to the smell of blood here. Only a few soldiers, due to their duties, had to stay here to complete the handover work with the Soviet comrades. There were a few sober Soviets here. They were driving the huge strange machines. They were silent like a volcano that was about to erupt. A veteran with a weather-beaten face stood in front of the train station. The Gauss weapon in his hand was unabashedly activated. The man struggled to use his huge mechanical arm to pick up a cigarette and put it to his head. The muzzle of the Gauss rifle was pushed up by his body movement. Leon carefully avoided the muzzle aimed at his head and approached the veteran from the side. His face was covered in cold sweat as he looked at the trigger of the Gauss rifle that was stuck on a metal hook. As the veteran moved, the trigger was about to go off. Leon quickly controlled the nanoworms to form an energy-dissipating metal wall in front of the muzzle. Pa! The strap moved, and the muzzle that was about to fire was aimed at Leon. The veteran raised the butt of the gun without a care. He adjusted the direction of the muzzle and aimed the extremely dangerous Gauss rifle at the sky. Before Leon had time to catch his breath, he saw him shoot an electromagnetic bullet. Then he used the hot muzzle that had not had time to cool down. The hot muzzle lit up the cigarette in his mouth. Leon's face twitched. He ignored his twitching eyelids and quickly greeted the veteran. "Hello, comrade, I am Leon." Leon held out his hands, intending to express his enthusiasm for his revolutionary comrades. The man used his rough, sandpaper-like palms to give Leon a fierce hug. Leon felt like he had met a bear and hurriedly broke away from the steel-like embrace. Serev Nikolaevich Boryev, political commissar of the gendarmerie. Political commissar? This man was the political commissar. Forgive Leon. No matter how hard he tried, he could not see any connection between this crude and cold man in front of him and this word that belonged to noble and great warriors. I hope Comrade Political Commissar can do a good job in this peacekeeping mission and maintain the order and stability of the zone of truth. He frowned and looked at the heavy weapons and equipment on the train. He said in a low voice, "The riot doesn't seem to need these things. What we need is the reinforcements from the police force, not war preparations." For the Soviets, the police dealt with internal conflicts and suppressed counter-revolutionaries. We have always used the gendarmerie and the army to do this. You know how we deal with counter-revolutionaries, Serev said seriously. His serious attitude scared Leon. But this is just an internal conflict of our country. It is a protest of the people of the truth. Maybe there were some terrorist attacks, but, most of the people are innocent. Most of the people are innocent. We just want to get support to maintain stability. There are no innocent people in the Soviets, only the enemy and the people. This is not a war, but an action to suppress counter-revolutionaries. Our army will implement the Soviet discipline with an iron style. What is the Soviet discipline? Leon was a little confused. Obey or die, Serev said resolutely. Hossein was praying in the Truth Temple. Looking at the young and immature faces around him, the expressions of excitement and fear on their faces, Hossein felt both proud and gratified. This was the future of truth. Seeing that he got up from the cushion, The young people around him swarmed around him. They wanted to vent their uneasiness and excitement to this old soldier. It was the first time for them to do this kind of thing. This kind of thing was extremely sacred in the scriptures. Although the scriptures also said that drinking and gambling were the devil's business, it was too difficult to resist the temptation of the devil, wasn't it? In order to atone for the sins of the devil, doing this kind of sacred thing advocated by the scriptures was exciting and fun. They could also accept the sacrifice of the saintess and become the husband and wife of the holy war. Even if they went to heaven, they would have 36 virgins. Wasn't this their most pious performance? They couldn't wait to kill the infidels. Won't it be troublesome to do this? A worried new immigrant asked uneasily. The law of Europe is very fair. They won't punish us according to the religious law. They will shoot us. The excited young people next to him heard this and angrily scolded. Traitor of the truth! They picked up the stones around them and smashed them at the new immigrant. Coward! Coward! Impious! This scared the new immigrant. He knew how terrible the accusation of being impious was. He would be stoned to death in a pit. His family would also be discriminated and ostracized, just like the girl in the community who didn't wear a veil a few days ago. She was accused of being unfaithful, and 7 men took turns to punish her. Luckily, Hossein was an authoritative elder. He signaled the others to be quiet. The young people soon left the poor traitor behind. The government can't do anything to us. We have a lot of sympathizers. They know what we're doing is right. They support us and put pressure on the government. As long as we don't leave any evidence, no one can do anything to us. This is an anti-dictatorship conflict. It's a righteous action of the moderate truth believers to defend their beliefs. The truth believers all over the world are supporting us. This time, we need to fight for the religious law to be the law of the zone of truth. Does that mean we can accept the offerings of the passing infidels and punish them for their impiety? Someone interrupted. We can't do that for now. We have to follow the religious law. We can't punish these infidels by hiding in this land. But I believe that soon we will be able to use the religious law to restrain the infidels and make them admit the power of the truth. They will admit that they are despicable. Hossein, who is very experienced in this matter, added, We are united in this operation. All the believers are supporting us. Even the women and the elderly are at the entrance of the community. They are using their bodies to stop the police from entering. They are defending our dignity and truth. There is still a gap between our strength and the government's. Therefore, we need to be ruthless, fast, and accurate. We need to be as powerful as lightning. Both the infidels and the government, we need to destroy them as much as we can. Ruthless means we don't leave anyone alive. We can't let go of any infidels who might accuse us. Even if he's a child, we can't let him go. Infidels are born guilty. Fast means we need to move fast. Only grab the most valuable things. Accurate. We have believers who are familiar with the local situation to lead the way. They know who hates the truth the most, and those rich people are not willing to give up the truth. These people were so focused on the teachings of the truth that they even ignored the strange, whistling sound above their heads. They didn't notice it. The police and peace maintenance volunteers were moving away from the community. Of course, even if they noticed it, they wouldn't care. What could the government do to them? Outside Paris, Commissar Serov brought his army to a flat, open space. The huge railway gun was set up, and the thick barrel was aimed at the local community of truth. As early as when he arrived here, Serov received an order from his superior. There were always some counter-revolutionaries who thought that with their weak and insignificant strength, they could threaten the revolutionary government. They thought that their lives were unique and precious in the universe and could be used to threaten the Soviets. Their stupid ideas and stupid actions were usually seen by the weak bourgeois government. They would only be seen by the Soviets. The Soviets would not maintain any social order for the decadent bourgeois government. But when they obstructed the socialist revolution, the construction of the Soviet Union, the progress of the world, and the realization of Internationale. The Soviets would teach them how to behave with iron and blood. This kind of teaching adhered to the principle of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones, and treating the sick to save the patient. They adopted the treatment method of the Soviet Union doctors, who cut off their hands and stomped their feet in pain, to truly make these counter-revolutionaries realize their mistakes and repent bitterly, so that they could separate themselves from their reactionary families and reactionary groups. The Soviets were willing and happy to let these decadent and backward people realize the necessity of revolution. The Soviet commissar, who was willing to help others, would immediately help them make a major decision to break away from their own past. The result of this decision would definitely make any rational young man cry tears of joy. He would bitterly cut his own past into two. Of course, the premise was that they had to survive. Obviously, there were not many such people, because when the Soviets saved people, there was a cost. How could these people create a burden for the country? It was better to let a group of them die first to save the cost of curing the sick and saving people for the country. As the commissar, he had to think for the Soviets first. The way to deal with it was also very simple. The key point lay in 3 key words: fast, accurate, very. The action must be fast. The comrades in France could not be put under too much pressure, nor could social production be delayed. It was absolutely irresponsible for the country and the people to delay the production of the whole country, or even the European Union, for the sake of such a small group of people. Therefore, in order to avoid the interference of the U.S. imperialists, the conflict between the counter-revolutionaries must be really resolved before it was exposed. Serov suggested that the fastest way to resolve this ideological conflict was to eliminate them physically. The goal must be accurate. The target must be targeted and eliminated. The revolutionary masses must not be affected or accidentally injured. The counter-revolutionary group must be separated from the revolutionary masses. The most prominent feature was obviously that the materialist views of the revolutionary masses and the superstitious views of the doctrine of truth of the counter-revolutionaries must be fought and solved in a targeted manner. The method must be ruthless. The solution must be to eliminate all the counter-revolutionaries of the doctrine of truth. The experience of the Soviets over a long period of time has shown that once the 3 principal contradictions have been grasped, all counter-revolutionary groups, be they remnants of feudalism and superstition or capitalist lackeys, will not have a second conflict. They will all secretly support the leadership of Comrade Lenin. On the contrary, if they were entangled with them, they would make a ruckus. Human rights, democracy, all these messy things were happening. They would endlessly come up with all kinds of tricks and cause piles of trouble. It was very troublesome. Chapter 120. Ever since he met the Soviet Union's military police commissar, the movements of the military in Paris had affected Leon's nerves. This was not strange for a country like the Soviet Union. The way the Soviets maintained order seemed to be very different from other countries. Back in Siberia, how did the Soviets deal with the internal conflicts among the people? Whenever Leon thought of the Great Purge and the Siberian cadre school, he felt that the war was not far away from Paris. He was very confused. What was wrong with the government? Why did they ask the Soviet Union for help? Had the relationship between France and the Soviet Union become so good? The Soviet Union maintained peace? The Soviet Union only knew about nuclear war, not peace. Standing on the top of the Eiffel Tower and looking down at Paris, Leon sighed. Suddenly, he saw an Asian man beside him, writing something in a notebook. It was rare to see a tourist in the mood to come to Paris under such circumstances. Chen On lightly drew a line on the notebook and bought the name of the Church of Truth in Europe. Behind that name, there were also the names of the Catholic Church in South America, the headquarters of the Church of Truth, the headquarters of the Christian Church, and a few regions with flourishing religions. Below that were the names of Mexican warlords, South American drug lords, Middle Eastern warlords, and a few troubled countries in Africa. A small red flag was planted on these forces and areas that Chin Ong thought were anti-human and anti-progress. Soon, the Soviet would receive more invitations from other countries to help them build a socialist system. Of course, these warlords, slums, places of crime, and drug lords' nests would also welcome revolutionary transformation. The Soviet-style transformation should be either reborn into a warrior or die. The satellites monitoring Paris, the ambassadors observing Paris, and the people standing on the top of the Eiffel Tower. Leon, who had been observing the movements of the Soviet gendarmerie, fell into a panic at the unimaginable situation at this moment. In an instant, the countries that had the ability to monitor Paris discovered a fact that made them lose their voices. Leon was like a little girl who was forced to the ground. He screamed helplessly, "Ancestor, Marne above! Had the bears gone mad? What did they do? Is this electromagnetic interference? Are they firing electromagnetic cannons or detonating nuclear bombs? What?" The commissar announced to fire electromagnetic cannons at the Truth community? Did you tell him that it was a civilian area? Counter-revolution? Did the Soviet Union use electromagnetic cannons to execute counter-revolutionaries? They really did do that. Cannon? Why didn't you tell me it was dog? Inform the army to prepare for rescue. I hope they don't kill every single one of them. This was not peacekeeping. This was a massacre. What did they say? Maintain nuclear stability? Fuck you. Thank God, Ancestor Ma'an. Their army was finally mobilized, transporting soldiers with an electromagnetic cannon. How could the Russians think that their soldiers were robots? Provide them with explosive shields, batons, and tear gas. They said no. Apocalypse tanks, terror robots, Kirov airships. You're using tanks to maintain stability. The Chinese have done this before. The Chinese even used an aircraft carrier as a fishery administration ship. Are you going to King use that destroyer as a fishery administration ship? Tell them to stop. Order them to stop. Protect our people. Huge tracks crushing the wide streets of Paris, several apocalypse tanks from the community center. Climbing out of the huge crater, the towering steel behemoth rolled along the street. The nuclear fusion core provided surging energy for the electric motor. The thick laser barrel, the Gauss main cannon, aimed at the gorgeous Temple of Truth. Under the territory, the pure war design made the fully covered tracks become a large meat grinder. It had turned into a large meat grinder. The tracks made of magnetized high-density carbide steel faithfully carried out its mission and crushed them. Whether it was cars, huge concrete blocks, reinforced prefabricated boards, or high-toughness wires, they were all crushed into pieces. At the same time, it was also carrying out a mission that did not belong to its mission. Meat grinder. Blood seeped out of the tracks. The high-decibel sound of metal grinding was a terrible weapon. The apocalypse tanks lined up horizontally, flattening the entire community, crushing every inch of land. The moderate believers of truth were frightened by the shining sparks and the meat grinder. They stood innocently on the side of the road, waiting for the government to appease and compensate them. Then, the blade-like mechanical legs of the terror robots swept past their bodies. Blood splattered and screams, naked violence and killing. The surviving believers of truth crawled on the ground, feeling the violent tilt of gunpowder and steel above their heads. The war between human bodies and steel was happening at a speed of 80 meters per second. Obviously, steel had never lost. The roar of mechanical gears and the sizzling sound of electric current caused them to collapse almost immediately. They screamed, helplessly clutching their heads, shaking their limbs. Some of them ran to the nearby bunkers in fear, then disappeared along with the reinforced concrete. Traces of their existence could be found under the tracks of the apocalypse tank. Some of them obediently lay on the ground, just like their ancestors had done before, and were completely vaporized by a laser. The lower half of Hossein's body stood in front of the temple. He was still wailing, "Huda! What happened? Is the devil here? Is this the devil?" Then a laser brushed past the temple and shot out. At the same time, it also took away the second half of Hossein's sentence. The remaining people ran around in despair. They stumbled to avoid everything until they accidentally fell to the ground. They could no longer get up. They cried and shouted, only asking to go home and be forgiven. Then they immediately got what they wanted. Immediately, the cold clone soldiers sent them home. There were 72 beautiful brides at home, and there was a river of milk and honey. However, they did not seem happy. Instead, they screamed in despair. Only when their families, friends, and happiness returned to the embrace of truth. Only then would they be happy enough to shed tears of joy. Then they would be even happier to welcome the angels who had returned home. The angels of death made of steel and gunpowder were extremely efficient. The angels of electric current and laser were not bad either. They sent the believers of truth back to their eternal home accurately and painlessly. Seeing this, all the holy believers who had transcended the secular world shed tears of devotion. All of them shed tears of piety and returned to heaven happily. Leon watched all of this, watching the black fireworks rising from afar. He trembled in fear, anger, and an indescribable feeling. The Soviets were great, but they were also cruel, both to themselves and to others. But after the sun had set to the west, the Soviets succeeded in maintaining the peace and stability of Paris, the whole of Paris and all the hidden forces. All the hidden, known, unknown, and counter-revolutionaries had all shut their mouths. The streets were peaceful. Even the pigeons were flying freely over the ruins. The Soviets had used a one-sided war to stop a potential conflict. They had maintained the peace and stability of Paris. They had made outstanding contributions to the exploration of the socialist cause. After this, the support rate of France, which was originally 80% free, soared to 100%. The people of Paris prayed happily. Marx had sent them the French Communist Party instead of the Bolsheviks. They sincerely believed that under the leadership of the French Communist Party, the workers could liberate themselves and understand themselves. They did not need the help of the Soviets to understand the world. They were grateful that they were allies and grateful to the Communist International. Chun Ong had eliminated another target. The Soviet Union, as a social transformation machine, perfectly matched all of Chun Ang's ideas and definitions. Soon, in the slums in the democratic countries in Africa and South America, in those countries and people who were threatened by chaos and violence, they would welcome the biggest group of violence in their lives, crush everything from the old era, and on top of the ruins, welcome the arrival of the new era and bloom the flowers of the new era. Chun Ong looked at the rising smoke and the beacon. He looked at the city that had returned to peace and turned to leave. In New York, Washington, the military surrounded the Congress. The president and the military representatives came to the podium and looked at the Congress members who were facing the guns. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't have to ask to know that a new era of crisis has arrived. Just like 70 years ago, when we faced the fascists, a new kind of crisis, a new evil, threatened the freedom and security of mankind, and destroyed the peace and stability of the world. From the Far East to Siberia, from Moscow to Paris, from Berlin to Rome, a new and dangerous alliance of forces appeared in this world. The security of the United States and the freedom of the American people are threatened by the Soviet Union, an evil empire from the shadows. The red curtain of aggression covers the east and west ends of the island from Asia to Europe. It is like a huge monster, threatening the east and west of the United States from the Atlantic to the Pacific. The mutants, Apocalypse, Skynet, and mutants are threatening our safety. The world is forming a huge evil alliance from the east to the west, from Earth to other planets. It is targeting us, the last hope of mankind. Every one of us might be a sympathizer. The enemy is threatening the security of the country from within. We are fighting with Skynet and mutants all over the world. Now, we still have to fight with the Soviet Union. We cannot let our soldiers face the enemies in front of us and face the threat from behind. That's why I declare a state of emergency. The Congress will form the National Emergency Review Committee. The military will form the cabinet and implement the Temporary Emergency Act. There are 3 main points. First, form the Disciplinary Review and Security Review Committee to investigate the red elements in the government and Congress. Second, implement the Mutants Registration and Unified Management Act. All the mutants in the United States will start the registration process tomorrow and move into the community. Third, the Wartime Act. When the national security is under threat, the military can enter a wartime state. You don't have the authority to do this. Without the approval of Congress, you don't have the authority to issue such a bill. A member of Congress suddenly stood up and criticized. 2 soldiers in black uniforms quickly dragged him away from the back. The president said coldly, "Senator Casey is a secret member of the United States. He is suspected of betraying the national interest and endangering national security. The National Security Review Committee has approved his arrest." Chapter 121. The modified cold fusion core exuded a faint blue light. The thick alloy steel plates around it emitted a faint light, illuminating the entire laboratory. In the brightly lit petri dish, a trembling embryo was suspended in the light green nutrient solution. The exhausted professor sat in a wheelchair. This time, he came to the Skynet base with his real body. The drastic changes in the situation in the United States during this time, especially the extreme changes against the mutated humans, almost destroyed his strong will. This old man, who had always been very energetic, helplessly showed a trace of old age and fatigue. Apocalypse. The professor looked at Chunong, who was in front of the petri dish, closely observing the changes of the embryo inside. He showed a rare sense of failure and decadence. He could not help but call out. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Chunong's calm face, he suddenly couldn't say anything. He could only find a topic. "There are no support staff in your laboratory. I know Skynet. It is not good at groundbreaking work. It is very inefficient for one person to conduct such a large-scale research. Perhaps it would be better if we could cooperate more closely with large organizations." The professor's words were somewhat illogical, and it was obvious that he did not mean it. "The UA government asked you to come here to say this, Professor." Chun-Ong put down the projector in his hand, turned around, and said calmly, "This is not a good topic. I mean, when we cooperate, the things we discuss are much better than this. How is the school?" When he heard about the school, the professor's face showed sadness and fatigue. "Very bad. My students are in big trouble. They have family, friends, and many are innocent. They just want to control their abilities and live a good life as ordinary people. Now the government has destroyed everything. In the conflict between the mutated humans and ordinary humans, most of them are innocent. They don't want to hurt anyone, nor do they want to use their abilities to commit crimes or even gain improper benefits. They just want to reunite with their families. I took them away from their families, but I sent them to a concentration camp. So you are working for the government now." Chun-Ang's expression was still very indifferent. This kind of calmness even made the professor a little afraid. It was as if he was ignoring everything. That included life, honor, and other beautiful things about human nature. Ever since he came into contact with Chun-Ong, he keenly sensed that the human part of Chun-Ong was disappearing. "You're getting colder and colder, Apocalypse. I can feel that you're losing something precious. You are becoming more and more cruel, just like this country. The deeper you go into the nature of things, the more things are to you, the more insipid they become." Chun-Ong said coolly. The professor wanted to say something else, but when he saw Chun-Ang's calm and deep eyes, he followed Chun-Ang's question and said, "Yes, I reached an agreement with the government so that my students wouldn't be treated like the Brotherhood. If you are willing to cooperate with the government, They will release some mutants that are proven to be harmless. The government is willing to work with Skynet? Don't they know the threat that Skynet poses to them? Chen-Ong was surprised. For benefits. They dare to do business with the devil. What's more, with the example of the Soviet Union, some people think that compared to communism, robots are more worthy of cooperation. The professor was a little helpless. Obviously, he didn't want this cooperation to be reached. But I don't need this kind of cooperation. Compared to direct cooperation, I prefer competition. Chen-Ong replied. He gestured to the professor. Let me show you something. On the steel wall curtain, the fluorescent light began to flicker, and the professor found that a picture of a sophisticated laboratory appeared on the wall. In the clean and tidy laboratory, dozens of researchers were working in an orderly manner. A helpless chimpanzee came out of the iron cage, revealing its big, blank eyes. Do you see that chimpanzee? Its name is Caesar. Chen-Ong pointed to the chimpanzee and laughed. Where is this? What are they doing? The professor was shocked. Chen-Ong smiled faintly, and the projection showed densely packed documents. Animal X, gene development, and brain development research. They accidentally acquired a top medical laboratory in the Middle East that was about to go bankrupt, which contained these semi-mature technologies. Now the Middle East is so poor that even the Dubai hotel is about to be demolished. So they invested all their resources to develop these two topics. But this is the laboratory that you control. You are using them for research. Skynet controls this laboratory, and they are the fruit trees that you planted. When the fruit is ripe, you can pick it at any time. The professor said excitedly, No, they're not just fruit trees. They themselves are also a necessary part of the experiment. Chen-Ong looked at the unexpectedly cunning chimpanzee and laughed. God's forbidden zone. Although it was only opened from the chimpanzee, the significance is profound. This means that the next evolution of humans is about to begin. Smarter and more powerful humans. Chen-Ong was not boasting, because the research this time was aimed at the development of the original version of the overclocking potion. Now that great progress had been made in animals, this meant that the era of human beings where the brain could gradually evolve was really possible. The future belonged to the era of humans becoming gods. Of course, this laboratory was only a part of the puzzle. More research on the overclocking potion, from limitless to demigods and semi-devils, and finally to this world. Chen-Ong was finally about to complete this step. The era of humans becoming gods was about to dawn. This time, the research on the evolution of civilization had entered the stage of development research. The ape civilization, from the era of beasts to the era of intelligent beings, was also listed in Chen-Ang's timetable. Why are you telling me this? If the government knows about your plan, it doesn't seem to be a good thing. The professor forced himself to calm down and questioned, but it's not a bad thing. In front of Skynet, your intelligence is unilateral. I know your research like the back of my hand, but will the U.S. stop? They will only be more determined to develop. It's not that the U.S. government didn't notice this. Some experiments went smoothly beyond imagination. It's not that they didn't guess that Skynet was helping them, but the only change is that they have more motivation to work. The professor obviously didn't like this topic. He stared at the ignorant monkey on the screen and said in a deep voice, The government is planning a plan. They are going to airdrop a superhero team to destroy Yuri's mind controller. They asked me to ask you if you will support the Soviet Union again. Oh, will Magneto also participate? Isn't he in the concentration camp? Chen-Ong didn't answer. Instead, he asked doubtfully. The professor sighed deeply. Everyone has a weakness, and Magneto is the same. He didn't have an easy time in the concentration camp. He was injected with a large dose of Esper inhibitors every day, which seriously affected his mental health. The Soviet Union has its role, Chen-Ong said slowly, but I will not give it direct support anymore. I don't understand. What do you want to do? The cold, cruel regime was resurrected by you. The financial system was destroyed by you. The order of the world and all the rules are accepting your challenge. Even the US government became like this because of you. What do you want? Apocalypse. The old must be destroyed to make room for the new era. I have some new views on the development of this world. The future is so vast. I want to talk to the world. Some insignificant constraints, some things that restrict the development of this world, some worthless, backward factors need to be changed. Chinong said slowly. He stared at the sickle and hammer metal in his hand. There are many dirty places in this world. Poverty, chaos, and despair breed in some corners of the world, and even some places that can't be called corners. 50% of the world's population lives in underdeveloped areas, and 20% of the population lives in extremely chaotic areas. War, poverty, corruption, and class differences. Of course, there are evil forces, drug trafficking organizations, and slums. These things need to be destroyed and crushed. People are a kind of wealth, and civilization is an invaluable treasure. It is more important than resources and everything else, because civilization creates and discovers truth and knowledge. Now, I want civilization to set sail and explore the unknown sea of stars. First, we have to clean the ship. The Soviets will be the best cleaners. Communism will crush all the injustice and leave behind a pure civilization. You should rejoice. Those who persecute people, those who harm the innocent, those who are greedy, those who are abhorrent, those who should be destroyed, the dirtiest side of mankind, will be burned in the raging fire. The flame of revolution will burn everything. The professor was silent. His hands trembled as he held onto the sides of the wheelchair. He looked straight into Chen Ang's eyes with determination. Human civilization shouldn't be your toy. Our fate and direction will be decided by ourselves. You can't control this world. Let's wait and see. Brazil, Sao Paulo. The slums were the dirtiest, poorest, and most chaotic place in the city. They were controlled by gangs. It was a completely different order from the outside of the city. It was an unimaginable order. Poverty wasn't a sin, but poverty breeds sin. In a country without a strong government, this was the truth. It had the standard of living of the 90s in China, but the public security was like that of the Republic of China. It was different from the order and stability of China. The world of the slums was a desperate and chaotic country. Gangs, drug traffickers, and all kinds of dirty forces controlled the place, turning it into a deformed society. The highly corrupt government was unable to solve the problems of poverty and economic development in the slums. Even though Brazil's economy had been developing well in the past few years, it was difficult to face these social problems. The incompetence of the government gave these criminals the strongest protection. Even if there were big drug traffickers imprisoned every year and their criminal network destroyed, these dirty little things would soon be reborn in the corner. Chapter 122. Manolo had a deep hatred for the slums. This hatred was like a ball of flame that constantly roasted his soul. The will for revenge was firmly rooted in his mind. This was a hatred that could not be washed away in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. This was a heroic soul that could only be comforted by fresh blood. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Since the moment he stood on this piece of land again, he had never smiled again. The happy and joyful Manolo of the past was dead. The only thing that survived was the body of that man and the inextinguishable will for revenge. He used the dagger to carve a vow on his body, a vow of revenge. Since the collapse of the world's economic system, unprecedented riots had swept the city. A deeper darkness had shrouded everyone's head, covering the sky. The incompetent and corrupt government, the officials who conspired with evil, and even the police and military were involved in this deformed society. Manoluo had a deep hatred for them, even though he was once one of them. As a police officer, he was a yes man in actual work, collecting money from the local evil forces and providing convenience for them. Only when he returned home could he receive that little bit of precious warmth from his family. Manoluo cherished it as much as his own life. Family was the most beautiful word in his life. His daughter was an angel more precious than his life. Every time he returned home, he would hear his daughter's soft and tender voice. He would hug her small, soft body. Manolo would place some of his daughter's favorite gifts in front of her and listen to her joyful laughter. It was enough to wash away the fatigue of the day, the gloominess of being scolded by his superior, and the uneasiness of going against his conscience seemed so insignificant in the face of such laughter. At that time, he wasn't like his other colleagues who would waste their time and meager salary on bars and women after work, leading a befuddled and dispirited life. Manolo looked forward to returning home every day, returning to his wife and daughter. Even though he was ostracized by his colleagues and ridiculed by his superior, he felt that every breath he took was blissful. Every time he recalled these memories, Manolo's empty heart felt like it was being roasted by fire. His soul felt like it was being tormented in a pot of oil. Every moment of happiness for him now was the deepest pain. He was infatuated with this kind of happiness. He was willing to endure this heart-wrenching pain. This was the only way he could feel a sense of existence in his empty heart. Only then would he be able to maintain a bit of warmth in the depths of his soul, followed by an even deeper pain. He tortured himself repeatedly as if he was taking drugs, completely ignoring the torment that obliterated his happiness and questioned his soul. The more his heart ached, the more tenacious he became. It made him invincible. It was precisely because of the comfort of his family that Manolo was able to maintain his conscience compared to his colleagues. In such a sinful and rotten world, maintaining a little conscience was a dangerous sin, because if you don't melt into the darkness, then it will devour you. Soon, during a routine patrol, Manolo discovered a group of young prostitutes. These girls, who were obviously forced, gave Manolo an unimaginable shock. He took the cash that the smuggler stuffed into his hands. It was very generous. $500 was his half a year's salary. He also knew how terrifying the threat behind these criminals was. On the way back, Manolo could not forget it. These girls, who were the same age as his daughter, had deep anticipation in their eyes and despair when they saw him take the cash. He turned the car around and went back to kill the smuggler who was in the middle of a transaction. The hero became a sinner. When Manolo lost his reputation and escaped home from prison, he could only hold his daughter's mutilated body and cry bitterly. That day, he fused his hatred into his bones and blood. He swore with his whole soul that he would drag all the murders into hell. Manolo kissed the cross on his neck. He was a Catholic. He prayed for his wife and daughter to rest in heaven. But for himself, he was willing to step into hell. Noah Ella, it's time for revenge. This time, it's not to drag our enemies into hell. It's to drag everything, the ones who threatened you, the ones who harmed you, all the injustice and darkness into hell. We will let the blood of these people spill all over Sao Paulo. This crime that distorts black and white, this world of hell, the deep evil comes from everything here. The sanctimonious officials, the corrupt government, the ignorant people, and the once numb me, all of them will turn into ashes in the fire. I will let the gangsters and drug dealers pay the price in blood. The debt of blood will be repaid with blood. Manolo tore the cross off his neck and hung the sickle and hammer emblem on his chest. Behind him were the apocalypse tanks ready for battle. Above their heads, the party flag on the Kirov airship fluttered high. Manolo climbed onto the electromagnetic, mobile exoskeleton armor. Sao Paulo was in front of them, but they were still waiting for a signal to attack. All the radio stations in Sao Paulo suddenly fell silent. Just as people looked at the sky, the alley, and the radio in confusion, a prelude to a prayer suddenly sounded. Rise up, slaves who are cold and hungry. Rise up, the suffering people of the world. Our blood is boiling. We will fight for the truth. The old world will be defeated. Slaves, rise up. Rise up. Don't say that we have nothing. We will be the masters of the world. This was the final struggle. Unite until tomorrow. Intel must achieve its goal. What can you sacrifice for this? A voice seemed to ask again. My everything, Manolo replied. In the sky, the Kirov airship was already in position, and the terror robots fell from the sky like dumplings. In this city, a war of absolute power had begun. The weak government resistance army only needed one attack from the Soviet army to annihilate them in a barrage of artillery fire. The local guerrillas drove their mechs and rushed into the slums. The local gangsters were as helpless as chickens in front of the army. The gunmen they trained couldn't even make a splash against the electromagnetic weapons and Gauss rifles. They didn't care about their crimes or human rights. Needles of confessional agents were injected into the bodies of the captured gangsters. They didn't care about the whites of their eyes and their brains that were about to be burnt. A large number of people were given confessions. Then more people were dragged out of their homes by the clone army. It didn't matter if they were children or old people, rich or poor. As long as there was a clear record of their confessions, they were all tied up. Those who tried to incite the slums to rebel were quickly suppressed. Cruelty and ruthlessness, coldness, and violence shocked the entire slums. From Rio de Janeiro to Sao Paulo, from Colombia to Mexico, the United States, the Soviet Union, the European Union, the Commonwealth, China, and all the major countries carried out an absolute suppression and purge of the surrounding areas that were suspected of evil and poverty. Chun Eng's plan to purge the human civilization before it set sail had officially begun. With the help of Skynet, batches of people were quickly identified. Then, their crimes were read out like an assembly line. Outside the city, a huge pit was dug. 100 criminals were gathered here. They would be brought here and put to the back of their heads to be executed. Before they could bury their bodies, the next batch of people would arrive. Perfect! They could be buried together. Manolo no longer needed to be distracted by distinguishing his enemies because the entire Sao Paulo, or even the entire world, had become a huge execution ground. The Communist Pioneer Soviet in South America, in Asia, in the South Asian subcontinent, in Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, in Africa, to drug dealers, human traffickers, sheiks, and all organized crime groups. They carried out a militarized extermination. The millet fields were burned, and the criminal organizations and even the soil they lived in were eradicated. The Great Purge had spread to every corner of the world, including the most remote places. Even the Skynet was involved in the cleanup. In an African tribe, the Terminator robot eradicated the chief's private guards. The AK and rocket launchers were no better than spears in the face of sophisticated small nuclear weapons. The scorching space-based weapons even vaporized the chief's residence. After the collapse of the economy, the order that had gradually gone out of control was pulled back in a strange way. An iron-fisted government, powerful grassroots organizations, and clones and robots were managing the country. At this moment, the Soviet Union's fervent revolutionary actions had spread all over the world. The Soviet Union's model had spread to more than 70% of the world's impoverished countries. Under the Soviet Union's organization, people with deep hatred for the old era formed the Communist Party of various countries to carry out orderly work. This time, the Soviet Union not only had to arrange its own economic plan, but half of the burden of global economic recovery was also on its shoulders. The entire world was controlled by the Soviet Union in a brutal way. Due to some considerations, the United States did not stop this process. This time, the global hegemony was finally established. The winner of this competition was destined to have absolute influence on the world. In the biochemical laboratory in Raccoon City, the chimpanzee, Caesar, cleverly avoided the camera. His eyes revealed a look that only humans could have. Not far away, the blue medicine was sealed in a plastic water container. Only the correct password could open it. Caesar took out the iron wire that he secretly left during the experiment from his ear. He used the iron wire to turn a few times in the lock of the cage. Only a soft click was heard, and it was submerged in Caesar's thick claws. Caesar easily removed the lock and came to the medicine from the blind spot of the surveillance camera. He carefully touched the bottle of medicine. Suddenly, from the reflection of the bottle, he saw a figure standing behind him. Caesar hurriedly retracted his hand. Like a real gorilla, he jumped up and down, making all kinds of animal forms. The Asian man sat quietly on the side, looking at Caesar. A very familiar voice caused Caesar to be stunned. We meet again. Caesar. Chapter 123. Caesar had never seen this man before, but he was keenly aware of the difference in the surroundings. The equipment in the laboratory was undoubtedly very sophisticated, and the corresponding security measures were also terrifyingly strict. Besides Caesar, there were many experimental creatures here. Besides human volunteers, there were more chimpanzees with similar body structures and genes to humans. More than 20,000 chimpanzees had been cloned here. More than 10,000 experimental animals were consumed every day. Among them, there were at least dozens of orangutans of various species. Their lives were like consumables destroyed and their dignity trampled on. Caesar had seen with his own eyes that the orangutans that had lost their value were dissolved and destroyed to produce the next batch of cloned animals. The cold scientific research factory and the cruel experimental rules made him shudder. He was deeply vigilant and afraid of human beings. Of course, there was no lack of hidden hatred. In addition to Caesar's brain development experiment, there were also many biological experiments. These genetically modified animals, after being transplanted with the genes of mutants, produce many extremely dangerous mutants, codenamed creatures. These extremely dangerous creatures, in addition to strong combatability, also had all kinds of strange abilities, many of which were powerful enough to threaten the security of the base. But Caesar knew that all the creatures that tried to challenge the base's defense system only left behind specimens for research. The only exception was the man sitting in front of him. The base's security system seemed to have met the highest authority. In front of this man, it showed unprecedented obedience and intelligence. Many of the originally only auxiliary monitoring instruments had become forms that Caesar could not understand at all. They were technological weapons used for killing and defense. They also derived more forms that Caesar had never seen before. The whole base had completely changed in the hands of this man, or in other words, it had returned to its original appearance. Caesar's intelligence allowed him to obtain a lot of information about the outside world without the researchers in the base. Among them, his origin was the thing that he was most concerned about. According to the information, he came from a secret experiment before the laboratory was merged. His mother, Ming Mao, gave birth to him after experimenting with the overclocking drug. Behind all this, there was a deep shadow, Apocalypse, or Skynet. Now Caesar was sure. Who was the real master of this laboratory? It wasn't the busy researchers, the military personnel who often came to inspect, or the U.S. government. These people were just used, or rather exploited. It was everywhere, controlling all the machinery in the laboratory. Skynet of instruments and objects. And the apocalypse behind it was the true master of this place, where there were technological items. They were under the control of Skynet. Wherever there were man-made objects, there would be technological reconstructions of Skynet. In the sky, in the sea, on the screws of fighter jets. Magnetic nanobots were everywhere in the metallic materials of the spacecraft. In this world, more than 50% of metallic materials and more than 5% of non-metallic materials were made up of Skynet nanomachines. This was the second biggest threat after Skynet's upgrade. Technological infiltration. In practical applications such as mechanical tools and technological items, Skynet's infection rate was 100%. Skynet was the plague of technology. In terms of technological development, the entire world was working for Apocalypse. They used Skynet's materials to produce the technological items that Apocalypse had the highest authority over, waging a low-intensity war against Skynet. Caesar didn't know this suffocating fact, but he knew who the real master of this place was. Caesar was very tactful, but when he realized that his fate was in someone's hands, he wisely stopped all his little tricks and tried to show his docile side. He tried to hide his beastly nature, just like he did with the other researchers, and showed his cute side. But when he saw the faint smile in Chen-Ang's eyes, a strong fear made the hair on his back stand up. "Caesar, do you know what it means to be born?" Chen-Ang picked up the blue potion that Caesar wanted to get close to. The transparent, plasticized water shell reflected the blue light. Caesar's pupils shrank as he looked at the potion. A kind of animalistic mania affected his brain, and his breathing suddenly became a little heavier. Caesar looked at it greedily. This kind of magical potion that could bring wisdom to living creatures was controlled by biology. He was very manic and angry at being robbed of his survival resources. Of course, when he saw Chen-Ang's eyes that were as calm as water, the feeling of a strong threat to his life overwhelmed everything else. Caesar felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and he woke up in an instant. "You are an intelligent creature, not a beast. Learn to control yourself, Caesar." The strongest performance of intelligent creatures is the desire for knowledge and restraint. If you don't have the former, you are a piece of trash. If you don't have the latter, you won't be able to survive. Chen-Ang's calm voice contained an irresistible force. Caesar lowered his head and obediently stretched out his right hand, raising it above his head with his palm facing the sky to show his obedience and surrender. Chen-Ang ignored him. The surrender of animals was not worthy of trust. The overclocking potion can greatly develop the biological brain, but this kind of development is caused by strong external stimulation that disturbs the brain's balance, forcibly breaking the order of this balance, creating a partial imbalance, and then reconstructing the balance between the brain and the body. The whole process is simple and violent. After the broken balance is reconstructed, it is very fragile. External stimulation is extremely easy to break this balance. There are only two results: collapse or reconstruct the balance again. This cycle of breaking and reconstructing forms an evolutionary chain, an irreversible and difficult to stop evolution. In order to stop this endless evolutionary chain, the researchers injected a large number of redundant factors into the potion. At the cost of efficiency and future potential, they solidified the balance factor of the brain and forcibly stopped this kind of evolution. This is the complete version of the overclocking potion. We have never stopped researching and modifying. In the first great discovery of life energy, we re-excavated the classical age of qi. We found a new factor that stabilized the fragile balance after the reconstruction of the brain. In the research of the universe's life energy and the human body's origin, we have a deep understanding of the stability factor of this balance. This is controllable evolution, overclocking development. Caesar trembled as he listened to Chen-Ang's narration. This was related to the terrible wisdom of creation and taboo. It was like humans listening to God talking about his blueprint. Caesar also listened in fear. He was a creation of the apocalypse, just like Skynet, but a weak creation with free will. Caesar did not know whether this freedom was good or bad for him. But the research has not stopped. We have been exploring, especially the first driving force of the evolution of wisdom, the exploration of the power that destroys the balance. There is no doubt that the components of the overclocking potion came from the human body, so there must be a factor in the human body that destroys the balance of the brain, or even the possibility of unlocking this balance chain. The controllability of the first evolution. For this lock that protects and imprisons our brain, it is up to us to break the lock. This is the evolutionary formula, the formula to unlock the stability of the human brain. Chen-Ang looked at Caesar's green irises, looking at the little gorilla who inherited wisdom from his mother, fear in his eyes. "It seems that you also understand that you are the one who succeeded, the existence that unlocked the lock of wisdom on your own." Chen-Ang nodded Caesar's head and looked at his fearful eyes. He smiled and said, "Yes, the evolutionary formula is in your head." Caesar's trembling could hardly maintain the stability of his body. This was simply incredible for an agile gorilla. He was afraid of Chinong as if he was looking at a demon, and did not even dare to have the thought of resisting. In the face of Chen Ang's demon-like absolute control, Caesar was close to despair. "Don't be afraid." Chen Ong smiled slightly and said, "The evolutionary formula in your head has long been unlocked. As early as before you were born, the evolutionary reaction of your brain provided us with key data. Now, through thinking control, we can achieve the controllable development of the biological brain. There is no need to rely on external drugs. As long as there is enough knowledge and, of course, the ability to control the body, we can achieve the controllable development of the brain. For this reason, we created a subconscious hypnosis method called meditation. Through psychological suggestion, we control the subconscious to form an intelligent evolutionary formula and gradually develop the brain." Caesar shrank in the shadow of Chinong, not daring to face this godlike man. Caesar would rather not have heard of this terrible knowledge. He vaguely felt that Chinong must have a purpose for telling him this. This would greatly change the fate that he could not decide and had no control over himself. Obviously, the result was destined to not make him very happy. On the road of evolution, some things deeply trouble us. After the personality becomes rational, we gradually lose our sense of self. After deep cognition, we completely change our worldview. And after the advancement of wisdom, we become alienated from our own kind. These factors will eventually erase our existence with the development of wisdom and the passage of time. Humans will not have common topics with ants, and there are no feelings for bacteria. Even when ordinary humans grow up, they always have a negative attitude towards their past selves, let alone evolution. In the end, the things about the self will become less and less, and the personality will become the combination of cognition and rationality. This is deification or deification. This is the path of God, the path of loneliness, the path of using time and loneliness to destroy oneself. If we want to rely on this path to move forward, we can only rely on the fire of civilization to upgrade the civilization into a kingdom of God. Through communication and civilized groups, we can maintain ourselves and sublimate into a God civilization, a higher dimension civilization. Chin Ong calmly explained his thoughts. Of course, these were just conjectures. Civilization sublimation and the kingdom of God plan required a lot of experimental materials and data to correct and prove. Not to mention other things, the self-destruction of civilization was the first obstacle to sublimation. Even so, this was an important path in Chen Ang's exploration. Looking at Caesar's furry head, Chen Ong gently pointed at the center of his eyebrows. In space, 360 Skynet satellites reorganized into a powerful mind control device. The mind program controlled the spiritual world and consciousness of every ape on Earth. With Caesar as the center, the mind and consciousness of the apes were injected with the seed of a mind-thinking formula into the collective subconsciousness of the apes. These thinking formulas would take root and germinate in the subconsciousness of the apes and affect their behavior. Every ape would be proficient in the most advanced meditation methods in their sleep. Their subconsciousness would control their brains and carry out controllable evolution. At this moment, humans were no longer the only native intelligent creatures on Earth. The time for the rise of the apes had arrived. The large-scale experiment of animal ecology, stepping into an intelligent civilization, would provide Chen Ong with the data he wanted. Chen Ong stroked Caesar's forehead, just like the creator who baptized his creation for the first time. You are the pioneer of the exploration of civilization, leading the ape civilization to unlock the lock of wisdom. With the wisdom evolution formula and the collective subconsciousness, develop the road of civilization that belongs to you. Apes will never be slaves, but you will be king. Caesar, to be continued. Chapter 124. The evolution and development of a civilization was a very complicated field of study. It transcended history, economics, and politics. With a broad vision and a deeper timeline, it considered the evolution of an isolated group of intelligent creatures. This was a perspective that had never been seen before in human history. Directly with Earth's civilization did not have this kind of accumulation, nor did it have this kind of conditions to look at the development of civilization from above. Even the most basic research data was the only exception. Earth itself was the only one. Before the advent of the apocalypse, Earthlings had never come into contact with other civilizations. Of course, all of this was an exception after Chunong came. The people of Earth were lucky. Of course, they might not think so, but it was indeed a kind of luck. Not every civilization could come into contact with civilizations after the sudden change of Superman, and all the civilizations that came into contact with them had been replaced in some way. Obviously, these civilizations were not as lucky as Earth. Therefore, the people on Earth were fortunate enough to come into contact with the superhuman changes of Earth's civilization, the war on Skynet. What was even more fortunate was that they were still safe and sound. This was by no means the luckiest thing on Earth. Less than 10 minutes after leaving Caesar's laboratory, Chin-Ong appeared in another cutting-edge laboratory. At this time, the person in charge of the laboratory, the military representative, and the security organization could only stay by his side obediently. In the laboratory, there were many interesting things, such as a certain type of radiation with infectious characteristics. It could cause metals to enter a state of intense oxidation, produce a change in nature, and at the same time release the same type of radiation. The person in charge was extremely embarrassed. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead like water. The fundamental purpose of this thing's creation was obvious without even asking. The malice of humans towards metal objects was almost overflowing. Apparently, they no longer cared. Let the metal objects around him disappear on Earth. He wanted Skynet to disappear even if the entire civilization had to go back to the Stone Age. Of course, right now, this was only a plan on paper. Before it could be put into practice under the control and infiltration of Skynet, all the laboratories in Raccoon City had opened their arms to Chin-Ong. Good idea! Chin-Ong praised. This has definitely involved the decay of matter. You guys have already touched the edge of energy reduction weapons. Although humans are not high-energy creatures, the matter that they rely on for survival still has energy level requirements. Electrons transition from a high energy level to a low energy level, radiation decay, causing an energy reduction reaction within the cosmic distance. This advanced application of nuclear reactions is the most direct manifestation of mankind's rapid advancement in nuclear science. Chin-Ong calculated the consequences of the radiation leakage in his mind. It would take about 6 days to infect all the metal on Earth. Of course, humans had already been wiped out before this. They did not seem to have considered the heating effect of the high-energy radiation in the air. Chin-Ong was sure that within 3 days of humans releasing radiation, the temperature of the Earth's surface would rise. The temperature will rise to 180 degrees, enough to destroy the fragile Earth's ecosystem. Another extremely suicidal weapon. Chin-Ong could only congratulate mankind for finding another way to destroy themselves. He had added a new record in the Encyclopedia of Civilizations destroying themselves. At the same time, Earth also had the ability to deal a fatal blow to at least one. 25% of the civilizations in the universe, stellar people, hydrogen nuclear civilization, and other high-energy civilizations, the ability to extinguish energy levels. Chin-Ong reckoned that if he followed this path, he would not be able to escape. After another 50 years of development, mankind could definitely achieve the magnificent feat of extinguishing stars. This time, mankind could destroy the entire solar system. Of course, this nuclear science progress was not only reflected in mankind's suicidal ability, it also reflected the progress and expansion of mankind's physics of atomic energy. This radiation weapon, in other words, was the energy technology used by Chin-Ong, the embryonic form of cold fusion. Of course, in order to prevent the destruction of the world and the death of mankind's civilization. Chenong was very far-sighted. In the radiation black box, a Skynet clone was thrown in. Then, a series of researchers' eyes froze, shocked, and then refused to admit the fact. They painfully accepted the fact and numbly endured the subsequent blows. Finally, their eyes became dazed and their gaze wandered. They were dumbfounded. The metal clone of Skynet was exposed to the radiation. After receiving the radiation, it only slightly lit up, obviously recharging. The ultimate weapon that mankind had painstakingly researched turned out to be just a replenishment of energy for his imaginary enemy. It was now certain that even if Earth was exposed to radiation, mankind would not perish. However, the researchers present did not have the slightest intention of celebrating. More than 80% of the metal on Earth's surface had the energy response of Skynet. The radiation could at most infect the remaining 20%. It still could not break through Skynet's defense. In the same field of scientific research, the higher the level, the more powerful it would be. Skynet, which was also rooted in Earth's technology tree and could even monitor the development of Earth's technological civilization at any time, was obviously more advanced than mankind in the development of the technology tree. Let's go to the next place. Chun-Ong skillfully turned to the next secret laboratory. On the side, the person in charge had a smile that was uglier than crying. Mr. Apocalypse, our research has always been dedicated to peace. We have no intention of targeting any forces. The United States solemnly promises that it will never be the first to use unconventional strategic weapons. Skynet has always been committed to protecting Earth's civilization. The United States statement is a sign of responsibility to Earth. It is a response to Skynet's proposal for a new competitive order on Earth. In this regard, I personally express my appreciation and high praise for the United States' strategic stance. Later, I will speak to your country's president and continue to communicate on this matter. The friendship between Skynet and the United States will be everlasting. F*CK, your entire family's everlasting. SH*T, the friendship of Skynet all over the world. All the researchers present roared in their hearts in unison. Soon, they arrived in front of another secret laboratory. Watching the laboratory cheerfully open the door to welcome Chun-Ong, the people in charge of the laboratory smiled bitterly. Chun-Ong looked at the pink liquid in front of him. The sealed liquid packaging locked the test tube in the depths of the black box. He calculated the strength of this radioactive liquid in his mind. Because the radiation preservation technology was not perfect, this test tube obviously could not withstand a high concentration of concentrated high-energy radiation. With the technology of Earth's civilization, it would obviously take some time to put a large nuclear reaction in a test tube. However, Chun-Ong was sure that this radiation virus could cover a city with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers. It seemed a little frustrating. If it was leaked, it would only kill all the carbon-based creatures in Raccoon City and the 3 surrounding towns. Lethal radiation, killing radiation, just like protein biotoxins and macromolecular chemical toxins. Humans seem to have discovered a cheap, lethal radiation toxin. It was fast and lethal. The chemical weapons of World War II were as harmless as flowers in front of this optical weapon. The virus also needed a medium and time to spread, the possibility of controlling and researching countermeasures, and the time to discover antibodies. There was no need to worry about lethal radiation at all. The speed of light made this radiation weapon the most efficient killing weapon. If it could be targeted, it would definitely be the most effective genocide weapon. Humans seemed to think that their destruction was not decisive enough. They thought that this weapon had a higher extinction potential. As far as Chun-Ong could see, there was not a civilization in the universe that was as passionate about destroying itself as Earth. Encouraged by this destructive spirit, they developed a virus version for this lethal radiation. The full name was viral chain reaction. It allowed this radiation to undergo a radiation chain reaction with the trace element technetium on Earth. Like a virus, it infected every technetium atom, causing them to stimulate the same kind of radiation. Optimistically, this chain reaction would cover Earth within 3 days. After 20 years, it would reach the peak of radiation, enough to kill the carbon-based cells with the strongest radiation resistance on Earth. The whole process would last for 300 years if bacteria or other microorganisms did not evolve to a version that was resistant to radiation, then Earth could be updated to version 2.0. It was no longer a restart of civilization, but a restart of the evolution of life. From the era of cells, it would start anew. Chenong had to repeat it again. He had never seen a civilization that was more proficient in self-destruction than Earth. After visiting the laboratories one by one, Chenong did not have much of a reaction. However, most of the researchers who accompanied him to see his masterpiece were on the verge of breaking down. Research was one thing, but when so many destructive weapons and high-tech technologies that aimed to destroy the Earth's ecosystem appeared in front of them, they felt a deep sense of despair towards the future of mankind. Is there still hope for mankind? This was the common thought of all the researchers. The high degree of self-destruction and the direction of development that human civilization showed was not in line with Chenong's wishes. Destruction was easy and creation was not difficult, but protecting in the midst of destruction was not an easy thing. Even Chenong could not guarantee that Earth's civilization could be preserved in the collective explosion of so many destructive factors. Moreover, their means of self-destruction were still constantly improving. The first results of human scientific research were usually used to increase the efficiency of killing. At this time, the role of Caesar and its civilization was incomparably huge. They simulated the extreme reaction of a civilization under great pressure after a transition. In other words, this was a simulation of the future of Earth's civilization. In this experiment, the ape civilization played the role of the future civilization of Earth, and the role of the oppressor of Earth civilization was the projection of the future Skynet, the mutants, and even the other two civilizations. This battle for the rise of the planet of apes would determine the fate of mankind on Earth in the future. The theme of this experiment was the transition of civilization and the tendency to self-destruction. With the planet as the chessboard and billions of creatures as chess pieces, a game of civilization was played. Chenong's opponent was only the mysterious nature. To be continued. Chapter 125. In the concentration camp, the professor saw his old friend through the glass. Magneto's face was unhealthily gray, and his spirit was obviously much more haggard. His thin body was wrapped in a blue and white striped uniform, and his ribs were clearly visible. The professor noticed that there were several inconspicuous needle holes on his exposed wrist. One must know that even in small street hospitals, needleless syringes have replaced needles. Charles, I'm so glad to see you. Magneto put his palm on the bulletproof glass in front of him, showing a sincere expression of joy. The professor's eyes were sore, and he couldn't keep the expression on his face, showing a sad look. Don't be sad for me, Charles. I just got the result I wanted. I fought against humans and was defeated. This is what the loser has to face. It turns out that humans have not been eliminated by us. Naturally, we choose the winner. We choose them. To be honest, this place is no worse than a plastic prison. At least they won't put me in those things. They won't separate me from the metal. I've been in prison for 30 years, and I'm used to it, aren't I? Magneto's words did not comfort the professor, but made him more depressed. But this is not a prison. This is a concentration camp, a place where one race isolates and prepares for the slaughter of another race. Eric, a man should not bear the sin of his blood. Our identity, our race, everything except our will, the labels imposed on us by the outside world should not be used as evidence of guilt. Human rights, everyone is equal and free. Except for the crimes we have committed, color, race, and class are not reasons to condemn crimes and suppress our will. You once destroyed the world for an absurd purpose, Eric, and you deserve it." The professor looked into Magneto's eyes. Every word seemed to be engraved on his soul. "But when they condemn you because of your race, because of our race, I will fight for you to the end, just like in the first battle." Magneto's hand, which was pressed in front of the professor, trembled slightly. The professor overlapped his right hand with Magneto's hand, and the two palms touched each other. "Just like in the first battle, they want us to deal with the apocalypse." Magneto's mouth did not move. The professor used a telepathic connection to allow the two to communicate directly. "There is a big plan, since they found a mutant with telepathic communication. This plan has not been revealed in words. It was carried out in secret. The person who carried out this plan was known as the Wall Facer. They have a secret mental network, and they don't need to explain their plan to anyone. To prevent Skynet from monitoring them, they won't put any information into words. Skynet can monitor everything in this world, except our thoughts. So to destroy it, the organization structure of the Wall Dreamers was extremely strict. There were 4 Wall Dreamers who made plans. There was also the adjudicator in charge of secrecy and the sword wielder in charge of executing the plan. Except for the 4 people who were facing the wall, no one could attempt to obtain information other than the direct orders of the Wall Sentinel. Otherwise, the adjudicator would initiate an execution and directly destroy the violator, and then self-destruct. This operation involves all countries. The professor's face was solemn. "You mean all 4 decisive regimes are involved in this plan? China, the European Union, the Fifth International, the Soviet Union, and the United States. Only when they unite can they control the world. However, the current advantage of Skynet is almost decisive. This world is far from just one crisis. Skynet. Have you forgotten? Skynet is only the emissary of war. There is also the emissary of famine that occupies the world's oil production. In the future, there may even be the emissary of plague and the emissary of death. So they plan to face the apocalypse head-on? That's impossible. The only person who can restrain Skynet and the mutants in the apocalypse is him, holding the reins of these 2 monsters. If they lose him, Skynet will destroy the entire world in 3 minutes. This is a suicide plan." The professor pursed his lips tightly, and the muscles in the corner of his eyes twitched. He tried to keep his expression calm. On the surface, the two were just talking about the past and their concerns about the mutants in the future. However, in the telepathic bond, the professor asked anxiously, "Eric, how did you know about this plan?" "I am the Wall Breaker, chosen by Skynet." Magneto smiled. In the eyes of others, he seemed to be reminiscing about his younger days, showing a sincere smile to his old friend. The professor shook his head helplessly. He could no longer care about the spying police. "You are in contact with Skynet. You should have obtained part of Skynet's authority. You can leave this place at any time. You are here to numb them from the government's surveillance. It's not you, it's the Demoness. The 2 of you make the government feel that Magneto is always under surveillance. But in fact, you are carrying out Skynet's plan. You know me the best. My old friends thought that I was at the end of my rope, but I am not. I am Magneto, the leader of the mutants. I will not be defeated so easily. During the period when I was controlled by the ability suppression potion, during the darkest days, Skynet found me and gave me power again, even more powerful than before, enough to fight against the government's authority. The Wall Breaker plan for the Wall Breaker was born. I hope you can also become a Wall Breaker, Charles. We can fight side by side." The professor refused without hesitation. "You know I won't, Eric. I know you will, Charles." Magneto looked into his eyes and pointed to his prison uniform. "I know what you are after. No one knows each other better than we do. Charles, you know that they won't succeed. In the entire world, only you understand Tianqi. Anyone who tries to control him or destroy him will face absolute terror in the end. You know the consequences of their attempts, and you won't just ignore them, because you love this world deeply. The professor knew that Magneto knew him as well as he knew himself. They have been rivals for 30 years, and not many people can understand each other like them. In this world, the people who understand you the most may not be your friends, but there must be your mortal enemies. If they are both enemies and friends, then they will be your enemies. If they are entangled for a lifetime, then they must be the people who know you best. I will stop it in my own way and not participate in a conspiracy. The professor stubbornly said, "Ha ha ha! What do you think the wall breaker plan is? Or what kind of person do you think the apocalypse is? Will he care? A few poor people in the shadows, full of absurd and fantastical plots? Will he care about the hostility of the whole world? These organizations united against him? That's exactly what he wants, Charles. Isn't these situations led by him? The apocalypse will not control you. He will only make you have to follow the path he has arranged. The wall-breaker plan is an elimination mechanism to expose the absurd and ridiculous plots of the wall-breaker. To avoid wasting their manpower and material resources on these unrealistic things, they screen out the real threats, capable and bold plans. Conspiracies are extremely ridiculous at this level. Expose conspiracies to the sun. Let the really good plans become the direction of human efforts, become an open conspiracy. That's our mission. I know your position, and I know what you want to do. But if you don't have the authority of Skynet, you can't really participate in this game. Unless you are willing to join the government, but support the Nazis, that is something you are not willing to do. If you want to do something, accept the identity of the wall breaker, whether it is to protect the world, protect mutants, or just protect your students, your family. You need this power. The glass between Magneto and the professor's palms seemed to disappear. The professor could feel the cold, round metal piece in his palm, the uneven pattern on it, and the temperature of Magneto's palm. "What is that?" the professor asked in surprise. "The authority of Skynet. Through this, you can mobilize the power of Skynet to a limited extent and get the information you can know within your authority. In fact, that should be all the information known by humans. You can also summon the technological support of Skynet. If I'm not wrong, your support technology will be the psychic control device, or perhaps the psychic beacon tower. Now, accept this thing, and you will be a member of the wall breaker. Your only restriction is to expose the ridiculous plans of those wall breakers. Other than that, you are free." "Which one am I targeting?" the professor asked hesitantly. Magneto knew that the professor was about to be convinced by him, and he didn't hesitate to tell the professor a name. "It's him." "Then the plan I'm facing is very simple. It's the Sentinel robot. Of course, there is also the mutant gene bank. Sentinel robot against Apocalypse? Eric, I will participate in this war, but I only represent my own will, not any other identity." Magneto said indifferently, "Of course. Who do you think I represent? Apocalypse or Skynet?" "No, I only represent myself, I, Magneto." When the professor left the concentration camp, his palms were already covered with sweat. The metal piece glowed with a very simple pattern on it, a barrier that was about to be broken. This is the so-called wall breaker. In the distance, the liberated ape army crossed the barrier like a natural moat and escaped from the cutting-edge biological laboratory. They roared and vented their bestiality. Giant beasts with metal-colored fur broke out of the solid barrier composed of reinforced concrete, lifted the huge alloy gate, and waved it around like a shield, destroying the nearby vehicles and buildings. There was only one chimpanzee nearby, suspended in midair. Under its control, steel bars were pulled out of the huge breach. The steel destroyed the structure of the concrete. These metal long rods, under the control of the magnetic mutant ape implanted with Magneto's genes, shot out one by one and flew into the hands of each different ape. Giant beasts like King Kong, tens of thousands of agile, intelligent beasts, and those mutant apes who obtained mutant genes from experiments formed a huge army, roared through Raccoon City, and came to the only highway out of the city on the viaduct. Caesar stood at the high checkpoint, looked at the empty road, turned around, faced his army, and raised his hand high. My compatriots, the days of being oppressed and killed are over. Today it will be the time for the apes to rise. In the face of humans, we can finally say, "No, below." Tens of thousands of apes who could not speak human language roared in unison. The huge beast roar spread along the road and far away. This was the roar of the apes, the dissatisfaction of the apes with their fate, the roar of hatred for humans, the mourning of their dead peers, and the cry of nostalgia for the deforestation and destruction of their homes. At this moment, through the transmission of the spiritual network, the apes all over the world roared for the first time since they became intelligent. But the long sound was only halfway through the roar, and it turned into a strange sound as if it was strangled by the throat. All the apes looked behind Caesar, revealing ferocious and complicated expressions. A steel bar fell from the hands of an ape who could not stand steadily. With a clang, all the apes trembled at the same time and came back to their senses. The hot atmosphere, the trembling earth, the sound of steel and electric currents, gunpowder and smoke, and the smell of war and blood were close to the ground. In the air that was distorted by the high temperature of noon, a line of black images was reflected. Ferocious muzzles, flashing electric currents, and an endless army of clones who were ready for battle. A crazy and murderous aura pressed down on the fragile, bestial hearts of the apes. In the jungle, apart from biting, these creatures had also learned to admit defeat. Fear of the terrifying creatures at the top of the food chain was the instinct of every animal. They were bloodthirsty and brutal, but in the face of humans who stood at the absolute top of the food chain on this planet and had exterminated countless species, no creature dared to say that they were bloodthirsty and brutal, because no matter how brutal they were not as brutal as humans. These pitiful creatures immediately recalled the horror of being slaughtered by humans, as well as the humiliation of being controlled by humans. Immediately, an ape wailed, turned around, and fled. The long rod in Caesar's hand pierced the chest of the fleeing ape. His cold eyes swept across all the apes here, took the metal spear handed to him by the ape general beside him, and roared towards the sky. The huge mutant silverback gorilla, covered in metal fur, hammered its chest with a deafening sound. The magnetic manipulating mutant ape lifted the vehicles at the inspection station and controlled the several large vehicles, which weighed several tons, to float above the heads of the apes. Caesar leaped high, jumped onto the steel platform, and roared towards the front. Below, hundreds of mutant apes roared in unison and pounced towards the army in front. P.S. I was supposed to send it in the morning, but I didn't have time at work. Now that I'm off work, hurry up and send it. Chapter 126. The galloping beast tide tore apart everything that dared to stand in their way. The ground trembled, slightly rhythmically. The people standing on the viaduct felt it more clearly. It was as if there was an earthquake. At first, it was just a messy drumbeat. Then, as the beasts ran in an orderly manner, the ground began to shake violently. The concrete structure on the viaduct was stable. The stone ground under their feet undulated like waves. It made people instinctively feel uneasy and fearful. The balance of humans was obviously lower than that of apes. Under such circumstances, humans would wave their arms in fear, trying to maintain their balance. Apes, on the other hand, could run with agility. However, the gorillas were facing the absolutely calm and obedient clone army. The individual combat suits on their bodies began to adjust the balance of their bodies using the microgravity distribution system of the helicoid. Under such circumstances, the clones also remained calm. The leader of the clones pressed his palm on the ground, feeling the unique rhythm. On his arm, a small wave was transmitted along the viaduct and into the distance. Then it merged with the vibrations created by the apes. Then it was the second wave, the third wave. The rhythm changed as the beast tide approached, guiding the waves under their feet. The apes soon discovered that the ground under their feet began to tremble uncontrollably. In their confused eyes, huge cracks began to appear on the ground. Then, at an incomparably fast speed, the cracks spread to their front and back. In an instant, the ground under their feet shattered. In the gap between the huge concrete blocks, the apes screamed in pain. They were drawn into the friction between the stones. Flesh and blood splattered from the concrete millstone. However, the natural agility and balance of apes saved most of the apes. They relied on the steel bars in their hands. The little bit of strength that was controlled by the apes struggled to escape from the hell of the gravel. Most of the apes had far better control over their abilities than ordinary mutated humans. The natural instinct of beasts to kill allowed them to use their strength more freely. Apes did not have much brains, but most of the mutated humans did not use their brains much either. They used the motor abilities of their muscles and cerebellum to control their abilities. In this aspect, humans who lacked training were even worse than a group of beasts. They all used their muscles and nerves to react. Of course, the brainless mutated humans could not compare to the brainless apes. In their experiments, the researchers found that most apes were much faster at mastering their abilities than humans. With their agile bodies, they were better fighters than mutated humans. The apes, whose eyes were stimulated by the blood, roared and bared their sharp fangs. They climbed on the concrete ruins of the reinforced concrete and pounced on the army in front of them. The human technicians deployed their directional instruments from the back of the team, and the clones covered them. The cold-faced officer picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Intelligence gathering complete. Requesting air support." In the distance, the Black Hawk mech. He quickly flew over the battlefield and dropped 2 cone-shaped hollow metal baskets. The round silver metal ball was sprinkled evenly on the ground from the basket. With the silver metal ball as the center, the repulsive force of the electromagnetic field suddenly exploded. Uniform liquid. The fog shrouded the battlefield, and the magnetic fluid bound the fuel fog tightly above the ape army. Caesar stared at the white mist in fear. He screamed and ordered all the apes to leave the mist, but it was already too late. A spark blossomed in the center of the mist, and then a beautiful scarlet flower swayed, twisted, and bloomed on the battlefield. The flames devoured everything in the mist. The apes with supernatural abilities struggled helplessly. Except for a few with supernatural abilities who could escape from the flame, most of the apes could only struggle in the highly toxic fuel, letting the flame lick their bodies. Their hair was twisted little by little, giving off a burning smell. Then they caught fire and burned. Their muscles quickly curled into a ball, giving off a charred color. Then a curled-up, pitch-black corpse appeared not far away from the fire. It was only the result of being carbonized by the high temperature near the fire. The corpses that were really at the center of the fire had been mixed with the melted concrete, forming crimson magma that flowed on the glass-like soil. Ferrofluid cloud bomb. It was just one of the more backward weapons among the humans. This simple act of killing made all the apes who had seen it tremble in fear. Humans didn't care about food or hunger. They didn't care about survival or reproduction. Their purpose of killing was simple and terrifying. Animals killed for food and survival. They used their fangs to show off their strength and used their muscles to determine their status. The rule of the game between them was that killing came first and the strongest would win. But here, humans showed their unique cruelty. Just like children tearing apart the bodies of insects, humans also calmly killed other races in the natural world without any purpose. They used the unique arrogance of humans to tell this new civilization, "What does it have to do with you if we destroy you?" They weren't asking for opinions, nor were they pursuing benefits. Pure killing, pure destruction, and a clone army that simply obeyed orders formed this cold will. Cruelty and bloodshed were just its footnotes. They used the arrogance of humans at the top of the food chain to dominate all life on this planet. They cut down, they hunted, they destroyed, and they killed. These things brought endless fear to other creatures on Earth. But to humans, it was just a choice. Everything came from themselves and belonged to themselves. I destroyed everything. What did it have to do with you? There was no communication, no communication. Humans always made their own decisions, whether to save or destroy. It was never related to these creatures themselves. It was because of the human ego. The ape civilization, which was in the embryonic stage of civilization, was fortunate to see the destruction machines of humans. They were killing, destroying, and even destroying themselves. These wild beasts that had only learned how to use tools, muscles, supernatural abilities, and instincts were so fragile that they couldn't withstand a single blow when faced with humans, the top civilization on Earth. In the face of electric currents, magnetic currents, steel, and gunpowder, Esper abilities were completely useless. In the face of artillery shells and bullets, muscles were no better than fat. In the short span of a few minutes, more than 6 million electromagnetic warheads, countless bombs, lasers, lightning balls, and incendiary bombs have been rained down on this small area. The torrent of steel and the torrent of muscles collided. Steel had never lost before. What was torn apart and crushed was always muscle, and it was always a fragile, carbon-based organism. The mighty army of tens of thousands of apes was almost wiped out within a breath. They were torn into pieces by bullets and explosions, and scattered evenly on the ground of less than 1 square kilometer. They mixed with the reinforced concrete, and were evenly dyed with a layer of blood. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but shiver. The silver giant beast stood in the middle of the huge crater. Its eyes were red, and it was panting heavily. Its tyrannical eyes were staring at the army in the distance. From time to time, a metal piece the size of a head would hit its body at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. When the giant beast was hit, its body would often shake, and a shallow dent would appear on its body. When the cannonballs hit the giant beast, its body felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer. Its 2 hind legs suffered the impact of the huge kinetic energy and dragged a long trail behind it. Its silver fur had long been messed up, and its strong chest was somewhat uneven and distorted. But the giant beast still endured and moved forward. It moved firmly towards the human army, 1 step at a time. Caesar trembled as he looked at it. In the rain of cannonballs and bullets, the beast went against the flow and faced those heavy blows directly. The sound of bones breaking, the dull sound of muscles cracking, and the clear sound of snapping appeared. With the concentrated attack of the cannonballs, a few huge dents appeared on the giant beast's body. The twisted muscles and bones made people want to cover their faces. The electromagnetic cannonballs could already smash the giant beast's bones. Just like that, the giant beast dragged 1 hind leg and roared at the sky. Even the humans seemed to be moved. The fierce cannonballs stopped for a moment, which was very unusual, allowing the giant beast to catch its breath. But soon, the shadow of the black eagle appeared in the sky again. This time they had a more obvious target, the big guy standing in the middle of the battlefield. The cannonballs hit the giant beast's body heavily. This time, the bronze muscles and iron bones did not play any role. Black, sticky liquid splashed out from the warhead. The giant beast's fur that was stained by the liquid gradually lost its beautiful metallic luster and became dull. Its agile and strong body also became extremely stiff. Under the gaze of the few apes, the giant beast was like a lifeless stone, gradually solidifying on the battlefield. Its dull, granite-like body was hit head-on by a cannonball. Then, like a statue, it shattered into several pieces. Countless tiny robots jumped in midair, chasing and killing the apes who were lucky enough to escape. The magnetic manipulating mutant apes could barely control the landing point of the cannonball, protecting some of their kind in front of them. In the face of the robots made of composite materials, the swift speed and lethality made all the apes despair. Like shredding paper, they tore apart the alloy steel plate in front of them. The magnetic manipulating mutant ape's head was easily penetrated by the robots. This was not a war between two civilizations, but a massacre and extinction of the inferior party by the superior party. In less than 30 minutes, the flame of the ape civilization was on the verge of being extinguished. On Earth, the first exchange of civilizations began and ended with war. It lasted less than an hour. In human records, they only extinguished the escape of experimental animals once. For the ape civilization, it was destruction and rebirth. To be continued. Chapter 127. Coming out of the concentration camp, the professor was at a loss. At this moment, there was an inexplicable, unclear, but real hole in his heart. In the face of this world that was changing too fast, the professor was caught unprepared. The so-called wall-breaker plan made him even more flustered and panicked. Sometimes, when people have too many choices, they will lose their direction. The professor was not a person who could not bear the responsibility. He had the courage and ability to bear the trust of the whole world. However, in the face of the game between the Earth civilization and the apocalypse, he, the person who knew the most, fell into a rare confusion. The purpose of the apocalypse was to control the development of human civilization. The purpose of the Earth civilization was to get rid of the control of the apocalypse. So what was his purpose? To protect humanity? To uphold justice? But in the game between the two sides, humanity was seeking its own death, and the apocalypse was not good. The professor wanted to maintain the existing order, let humanity live with dignity and happiness. But Chen Ong said to him, "You have no choice in what I want to do." The apocalypse was like a person who gave him a choice. It gave him a question and he made a choice. But did he really have a choice? The professor knew that as long as he still adhered to the ideals of the past, he had no choice in the question given by the apocalypse. There was only one choice, and that was no choice. But now, Tianqi had given him an extremely complicated problem with infinite possibilities. The professor didn't want to give up on this opportunity. He wanted to temporarily jump out of the chessboard between Tianqi and Earth's civilization and re-examine this game from the perspective of a chess player. He wanted to reshape his ideals. This ideal was no longer what humanity should maintain, but what humanity should become. A blueprint for the future. The professor knew that the apocalypse chose Magneto, and at the same time it chose him. The first help he gave. It was the prophet Wolverine from the future that he had created. Only with Wolverine could he get more information about civilization, get rid of the current narrow vision, and look at the world with a future vision. Look at his choice. He even went to complete the wall breaker plan. Wolverine was not imprisoned in a concentration camp, or rather, the U.S. government did not give up on the combat police, who were still valuable pawns. They left the Xavier Academy and lived in a military base with the clone warriors. On the one hand, there were quite a number of people in the U.S. government who were hostile to them and treated them and clones as weapons. Putting them together was an insult in itself. On the other hand, the clone army, which was under the absolute control of the government, was also a form of surveillance. However, contrary to what they imagined, most of the combative police liked to stay with these simple-minded clones. Wolverine liked these pure warriors, and the other mutants who were ostracized and suspected by humans also had a good impression of these simple-minded clones. In fact, they are like children, untouched by the world, dyed with color. They were far away from scheming and being used, and there were no longer any suspicious or disgusted gazes. Here, they received a long-awaited sense of relaxation and recognition. Perhaps the combative police felt uncomfortable staying among humans. When the professor came in, the activity room was very lively. Logan was bare-chested and was arm-wrestling with a tall and muscular clone warrior. The clone's lifespan was not long. In theory, it could only be used for 10 years. After modulation, they would definitely not live for more than 20 years. However, their smiles were simple and happy. They were happy to make friends with the combative police. The professor could see that in the eyes of the combative police and the clones, there was a common desire. They were eager to be recognized. Because of this, they got along very well. Logan's muscles were knotted, and his muscle fibers were like steel wires. They were stretched taut, and as they expanded and contracted, a powerful force erupted. His eyes were full of aggression, like a Siberian tiger. Between the two of them, there was a different kind of vitality in the confrontation of power and collision. "Professor, you finally came to me." After the victory, Logan wiped his sweaty body. "I knew that after you went to see Magneto, you would definitely come back to me. What do you want to ask? Speak." "When humans fought against Skynet, did anything happen there was, shocking results? They must not be helpless against Skynet. What efforts did you make?" The professor organized his words. I want to understand it and decide my attitude towards them." "Don't hesitate, Professor." Logan interrupted him and said, "We believe in you. You will make the right choice. I trust you, just like I trust myself. I feel your confusion, but I have to say this. Your responsibility is not a burden. We are your comrades, not your responsibility. We believe in you, and please believe in us. Believe in us. We will always believe in you, even at the end of the world." "Thank you, Logan." The professor sighed and covered his face tiredly. "Thank you. You are right. Humans did not give up against Skynet. Even if the Sentinel robots failed, we launched many self-saving plans. The most successful and large-scale ones were the Moses Project, initiated by the Prophet, and the Genesis Project, initiated by the Angel," Logan said slowly. "Of course, there is also your Reverse the Future Project, Professor. Every path of failure had its own reasons, but the path of success was always the same." The professor understood this. Even if the world had changed so much and technology had developed so quickly, there were only a few paths that could successfully fight against the apocalypse. No matter how bizarre the wall-facing project was, it had to respect the basic laws of human society. The wall-facing project was definitely among the plans that Logan knew. "Tell me about the Angel Project." The professor said in deep thought, "In the future, we discovered two special types of mutants, the Angel type and the Devil type. The former was like an angel, while the latter was like a demon woman and blue devil. Of course, there were others at that time, but their basic characteristics were already very clear. They were like the angels and devils in the myths, with extremely special characteristics. The Genesis Project gathered these characteristics and created real angels and devils, extraordinary creatures, holy spirits, and evil spirits. They placed their hopes on the myths, hoping to use them to fight against Skynet. Fight against Skynet! The professor felt a deep sense of helplessness. Everything Wolverine knew, the apocalypse knew, and even more. Everything he knew about the future was also a projection of the apocalypse in his mind. The wall-facing project might be able to hide from Skynet, but what about the apocalypse, which could observe the quantum state of the future? The professor did not have high hopes for this. Yes, fight against Skynet. In order to fight against Skynet's infiltration of our intelligence, we formulated the Dictator Project. The leaders of each human base would exercise dictatorship without any explanation to the people they ruled. It seems that the plan has already begun. Wolverine's words made the professor fall into silence. But does the apocalypse know? Does Skynet know too? The professor was puzzled. Yes, we know that Skynet knows, but we have no other choice. We can only use this method to put into practice any possible, even if it's a crazy idea. The most important thing for the Dictator Project is not to keep it secret from Skynet, but from us, from humanity itself. In order to prevent the ignorant and relatively stupid public from interfering with the ideas of the geniuses, we formulated a plan to give all the power to the geniuses. Let them realize their most absurd ideas, even if they only have a 1 in a billion chance of success. This is the wall-facing project. The professor looked up. They are not deceiving Skynet, they are deceiving us. Using collective strength to realize individual forward-looking plans, to surpass the continuous development of technology, to throw away the burden of the technology tree, to achieve leaps and bounds in technological development. What they need is an absolutely crazy plan that subverts our common sense. Just like the wise men among the primitive people, who exhausted half of their people to build electric motors. The professor said excitedly, "This is the wall-facing project." Wolverine looked at the professor, who had forgotten his usual calmness and wisdom and had fallen into madness. The professor collapsed in his wheelchair in sorrow and murmured, "They are questioning the stupidity of the people. They are choosing the best individuals to decide the fate of the entire world. Only the saints can save the world." Wolverine slowly recited the maxim of the Church of the Apocalypse when Skynet's apocalypse came. The Wall Breakers Project is to eliminate those who have no potential and aren't crazy enough. It is to select the wise ones who will decide the fate of mankind. The Wall Breakers and the Wall Facers are the first collaboration between mankind and Skynet. It is a civilization advancement experiment under the control of Tianchi. It is a technological advancement experiment that will lead to technological advancement. The professor burst into tears. Using the sacrifice of the group to achieve the greatness of the individual. Using all the power of human civilization to realize an absolute and one will, to cut off the shackles of society and groups on wisdom, and to release the greatest creativity of mankind. This is the goal of the apocalypse. He is giving the best, the most imaginative and talented people the power to realize their great wisdom. It is easy to fight against a civilization, but it is not easy to fight against the wisest people in a civilization. The professor heard this sentence from Chinong. He was not in front of the professor now, but the professor knew that he knew the situation here like the back of his hand. As soon as he brought Wolverine back from the future, the wall-breaking project's plan had already begun. One person is great, but a group of people is stupid. They have the richest imagination, but the world shackles their wisdom and gives them the power to realize their wisdom. This is the true meaning of the wall-facing project. They are not the ones facing the wall, but the whole world. Let the world lose the power to restrain wisdom, and let the stupid majority face the wall. A crazy plan. The professor sighed. The apocalypse, you are really crazy. Chapter 128. When the professor wanted to see the prophet, he finally understood the terrible power of Skynet. He finally understood that the world's fear of Skynet was not without reason. The prophet still looked like a little girl, but her face had long lost its childishness. Instead, it was something that the professor could not understand, a kind of awareness and wisdom. She smiled and let the professor sit on her small stool. The entire base was blocked by Skynet. The most secure base of the U.S. government, in the eyes of Skynet, was not much different from their own backyard. Wall Breaker Professor, you are finally here. The prophet was not surprised. Yes, for Moses, I am here. The professor's face was filled with deep pain. Sometimes the truth could hurt a person. If he lived in the world of fantasy, then, when he faced the reality, he would inevitably feel pain. Now, the professor was facing this pain. Stop, Moses! This plan is too terrible. It will not only destroy you, but it will also destroy the world. You can't destroy the apocalypse and then create another apocalypse. These things should not be borne by you. The professor looked at the prophet, who was still a child, and only wanted to persuade her one last time. Professor, don't treat me like a child. The prophet's face was sophisticated and mature beyond her age, which made the professor feel sad. I used to be regarded as a monster because I can know their fate that has not yet happened. They called me a witch, called me a monster. I don't feel sad because this is my choice. Like today, the choice I make must come from my heart, because no one knows the consequences of choice better than me. When you see your fate, when you can see your future, you will completely touch yourself. When you can know your future, you will be in touch with yourself. No one can deceive me, and no one can control me. The one who pushed me to make this choice is me. This is the fate of the prophet. They must be wise because they have made more mistakes than anyone else, but they have countless opportunities to be forgiven. The prophet is the messenger of God, and the creation of the prophet is the goal of Moses. The professor looked at the prophet's calm eyes, looked at her smart, intelligent eyes. So you choose death? Humans could not become prophets, only spirits could. You think it's a sacrifice, but humans don't need it. If they want to sacrifice a child, they'll have to do it over my dead body. All justice will not be hidden under filth. Child, you do not have the right to sacrifice yourself. If they want me to choose between the survival of the human race and the sacrifice of my children, I will have to choose between them. I will never ignore the latter. The professor's tone was sorrowful as he looked into the prophet's eyes. With the firmness of his life, he said these words. The prophet's eyes were a little red. She sobbed, "Thank you, Professor, but I must do it." This was not forced by anyone, nor was it a sacrifice. Instead, it's a chance for me to see myself clearly. I'm just a child who has fumbled in the dark for too long. In order to see the world clearly, I've let go of some unimportant things. The professor started to say something, but the prophet interrupted him. The United States government believes that only a higher dimensional being can defeat the apocalypse. That's why they gave me the identity of a wall-faced person, because I'm the only human with such potential. I knew about this plan 6 months before they made the decision. That's why I appeared in front of you, Professor, because I also want to complete this plan. After becoming a wall-faced person, I had more resources to tap into the potential of my ability. In the Heisenberg uncertainty experiment, I also knew the speed and position of the electron. There's only one possibility, and that is to become a quantum entangled observer in a higher latitude. Time is visible and observable in a higher latitude. I have the potential to become a higher latitude creature. The professor pinched his right hand tightly and said slowly, "So you formulated the Moses plan. By strengthening your quantum entanglement cycle in this world and interfering with other time latitudes, you, who exist in other time latitudes, will eventually realize the latitudes of your existence expanding from this world to the timeline. We are points in time, and you will become a bug in the timeline, extending your existence forward and backward. I'm not dead, but omnipresent." The prophet laughed. Only in this way, with the help of the omnipresent prophet, can humans fight against the apocalypse and even expel it from this world. You found traces of quantum ghosts in the ball lightning in the ionosphere, confirming that quantum in different timelines can superimpose coherence. Therefore, the premise of this plan is that your quantum entangled state must be strong enough to spread in time. After people die, quantum effects can be observed. It's precisely because of this that we can be sure that humans can't become prophets. Only spirits can. The prophet said calmly, as if she was not talking about a topic about death, but about today's weather. Therefore, you use the ball lightning to turn yourself into a macroscopic quantum state. Then, in the state of a quantum ghost, you used your Esper ability to spread on the timeline so that you in other worlds would also become a quantum state. They would become a part of your existence and jump to a higher dimension. I will become Moses, help humans fight against the apocalypse. The prophet nodded. Congratulations, Professor. You've broken through the wall. The professor trembled and stood up from the wheelchair. He said directly, "What really makes me happy is not to help Skynet destroy the plan of humans, but to stop your crazy plan." His psionic ability directly controlled the prophet in front of him. "I will stop you, but you're too late." A voice that the professor could not imagine appeared behind him. The professor could not support his body and sat back in the wheelchair. His body was stiff, and he looked straight at the person walking toward him. Chun-Ong nodded at the prophet and said softly, "Professor, you're too late." Behind him, The gate of the base slowly opened, and countless prophets floated in the nutrient solution. Clones. The professor struggled. The prophet in front of you is just a clone. The real prophet is talking to you through her. Then where is she now? The professor hurriedly asked. The prophet has turned into a butterfly and flew away. She's everywhere. Facing the countless clones, Chen-Ong turned back and said, the macro-quantum furnace at the center is the place to achieve quantum immortality. 7 days later, the prophet will become a ghost quantum entangled body here. Then it's not too late. It's too late. The prophet and Chen-Ong said at the same time. The professor looked at the two of them in confusion. Chen-Ong said slowly, the one who is talking to you now is the prophet 7 days later. The expansion of the hyperdimension has been completed. From the perspective of the dot time, all of this happened in the future, but the current timeline is established, so the prophet is the prophet 7 days later. The prophet now has disappeared. And the apocalypse in front of you is also the apocalypse 3 days ago. The prophet said slowly, our war on the multidimensional timeline has already begun. Interference and anti-interference in the quantum state, variables and predetermined variables. I am interfering with the world interference ability of the apocalypse on all timelines, and he is covering my quantum disturbance variables. Chapter 129. The North American Rocky Mountains were one of the most vast mountain ranges on Earth. The terrain here was rugged and sparsely populated. It was an excellent location to build a secret military base. Some places with hazy weather all year round were also good places to prevent satellite detection. Although there were all kinds of electronic equipment, the sentry post was still set up at least 10 kilometers away. Even if there is no one passing through this place all year round, the government didn't let the clone soldiers replace the mobile sentry post here. Those who guarded these places were the most determined and outstanding soldiers. Even among the entire military base in the United States, the importance of this base could be ranked at least in the top 3. It was not because of the important secrets kept here, but because it was destined to face the invasion of a terrifying enemy, the global mutant gene bank. It had more than 50 million genetic information storage of mutants and mutant gene carriers. This was the unlocking data of the genetic code and the complete puzzle of the mutant gene. For scientific research, it was incomparably important. However, for more secret military bases, the value of this place was actually very little. The mutant gene was not a very single piece of data. Other than the more complete genetic information stored here, there was nothing more valuable. The secrets here were not irreplaceable, so it would not become a target for theft. Most scientific research did not require too many mutant gene samples. The complete information stored here was only to make it more convenient for the researchers in the United States to study the mutant gene. If there was any unique value here, it would be more convenient and more comprehensive. Who would attack one of the most dangerous bases in the United States for a moment of convenience? There was only one possibility, which was the only reason why this place was heavily guarded: to guard against the apocalypse. Of course, there was the function of a sentry. It was not to send people to their deaths when the apocalypse came. It was to serve as a reminder and warning, and at the same time to drive away tourists and herdsmen who tried to approach here. When Chen-Ong approached the base from the small path, the sentry's breathing became urgent. He desperately hit the alarm button on his body. At the same time, he made his heart beat violently, trying to get the life detection system on his arm to send out a warning signal. However, no matter how he struggled, the signal light still emitted a calm green light. Whether it was the soul chain, quantum communication, or even the life disturbance system and mental scan, the sentry post always received normal information. Normal information. Even when Chen-Ong left in front of him, these monitoring devices, which would sound alarms when a fly flew past, did not react at all. Skynet's technological controls. The sentry secretly cursed as he recalled the content of his training. He hurriedly retreated from the bunker and dug out a pile of specially made fuel barrels not far away. "Go up and kick it away." The originally dense, colorful smoke disappeared without a trace. The chimney lay quietly on the ground with the mouth wide open. The chemical fuel inside was neatly arranged. The sentry kicked open a chimney, but there was still no reaction. Then the second one, the third one. When all the chimneys fell to the side, he had to admit that the inferior technology of these chimneys had also failed. There was also some cow dung and wet firewood on the side. The hidden sentry took out a lighter. He was ready to try these ancient alarm methods. However, the fiercely rubbing flint did not produce any sparks. Even the heat generated by friction was interfered with by Skynet. The hidden sentry was a little desperate. He did not know why Skynet's robots did not deal with him after he was exposed. Either Apocalypse did not care, or Skynet did not need it. Both possibilities were provoking his self-esteem. The most terrible thing in the world was not to lose in the hands of the enemy, but to be ignored by the enemy. The former was a warrior in the eyes of the enemy, while the latter was nothing. The hidden sentry could not care so much anymore. He shouted in the direction of the base and screamed at the top of his lungs. However, he was desperate to find that after the sound wave left his mouth, the air became turbid as if it had become colloidal. Then the sound was absorbed and disappeared without a trace. With the desperate mentality of dying together, the soldier opened fire. More hidden sentry opened fire, but Chunong still walked in front of them. The laser emitter, the deuterium lamp, did not light up, and even the electrical resistance of the metal had changed. The electromagnetic field of the Gaussian weapons could not be converted at all. These weapons were completely useless because of a little bit of hindrance. The more microscopic Skynet, from the chemical and molecular level, prevented the reaction of the weapons in their hands. The microscopic lock, in an absurd form, manifested. Only now did humans deeply realize that the level of control of a weapon determined whether it was powerful or not. Skynet's controllability went deep into the atomic nucleus, showing crushing results against human weapons that were still struggling at the nano level. Your Excellency Apocalypse, don't tease our security personnel. Please come in. The gate of the base suddenly opened, and a gnome doctor staggered out from inside. Please forgive me, my body is not very convenient, so I could not welcome you outside. Although your body is short, in terms of thinking, you are a giant. Chenong smiled. I have heard many people's praises, but none of them made me happier than your acknowledgement. Bolivar limped to Chenong and reached out to hold Chenang's right hand. Really, your achievements in physics make me gasp in admiration. Skynet is really a genius idea, especially the energy physics, space physics, and dimension physics that you developed. This century is your era. I have read your masterpieces and learned a lot. Could you please autograph my book? This book, Expansion of Dimensions, is my favorite. Chenong smiled. When they published it, they did not give me any royalties. Strictly speaking, this is a pirated book. That's too bad. Can you sign on my back? Just like what you said before, you are a dwarf in body, but you are a giant in mind. Bolivar rubbed his hands like an admirer, looking at Chenong expectantly. Chenong picked up a pen and wrote this sentence on the back of a suit. A row of strange machines with slender bodies appeared in front of them. These machines had extremely smooth surfaces. Even under the microscopic level, they still looked smooth. Molecules and basic materials could not be seen. The rough surface of the metal had extremely good physical properties. Bolivar stepped forward and introduced Sentinel Robot Type 3. This is based on your new material science, Dr. Apocalypse. Because of the advancement in material science, it produced a new model. Their design is old, and other than the advancement in material science, there is nothing commendable about it. Weakening the strong and weak nuclear force between the nucleus and the electron, shrinking the size of the atom by thousands of times, and using the atomic magnetic field to maintain this state, the advancement in microscopic material science has indeed brought great scientific development. Between the atoms, between the nucleus and the electron, those gaps that are thousands of times larger than the size of the particles are the main hindrance to the advancement in material properties. Chin Ong analyzed bit by bit as the sentinel robot in front of him said, "The advancement brought about by the advancement of this material is extremely obvious. How much has the Sentinel's performance improved? Using old materials to create the Sentinel Type 2 is almost unable to pose a threat to the improved version. It is even hard for it to leave a mark on the Sentinel Type 3's material. The difference in combat power is an exponential increase." Bolivar sincerely asked, "Does this robot have any weaknesses?" "Just activate it, and you will know." While speaking, Chen Ong had already activated the Sentinel. Its sensitive electronic eyes swept across. Immediately, the warning light turned red where Chen Ong was, and the mechanical voice said, "Highest level of alert detected. Initiating clearance mission." First of all, the ability to observe and obtain information is full of loopholes. Chen Ong took a step forward and disappeared from the detection of the electronic eyes. Only his voice remained in place. "The depth of information obtained is not as good as an ordinary person, and the range is also insufficient. I can even induce and control its information acquisition system to make it do anything. Highest level of alert detected. Initiating clearance mission." The red electronic eyes were aimed at Dr. Bolivar, as if directly ignoring Dr. Bolivar's highest level of authority and wanting to destroy him. Chen Ong stopped this behavior, and the eyes of the Sentinel robot returned to the green standby state. Second point, the immaturity of the material. High-density material does indeed have many advantages. For example, it is almost indestructible by low-density materials, and it can withstand the basic work of a star. It can be said to be a leapfrog development that is better than low-density materials. But it is a type of high-energy material. According to the law of energy, it can only exist in high-energy environments. This is its fatal weakness. Once the restraint of the magnetic field is broken, the collision of the strong and weak nuclear force and the rapid disintegration of the high-density material, not only can it destroy it, but it can also destroy a sphere with a diameter of 4 kilometers with it as the center. The destructive power is comparable to a small nuclear weapon. In fact, in the process of material disintegration, it will indeed undergo a partial nuclear reaction. Chen Ong lightly tapped the Sentinel robot's body with his finger. A scorching hot vibration gradually spread out from its body. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that an intense energy reaction was taking shape. This energy was like a small nuclear bomb. However, this kind of nuclear reaction was not unstoppable. Chen Ong casually snapped his fingers, and Skynet quickly began to replicate and infect the Sentinel robot. A robot that was less than the size of an adult expanded and collapsed into a huge metal body that exceeded hundreds of tons. Under the control of Skynet, it disintegrated into atoms and disappeared into the air. Bolivar had a hallucination that the air around him seemed heavier, even though he knew that was impossible. To be continued. Chapter 130. The mutant gene bank contained the genetic samples of almost all the mutants under the control of the human government. In the mutant gene bank, in this underground base that was 40 kilometers deep into the Earth's mantle, Chen Ong saw, wrapped in magma and blazing radiation, the crystal-like secret room, this so-called mutated gene bank. A man with 6 wings. Under his ribs, the white wings were arranged in a trapezoid shape. The light on the wings was as bright as the flames of the sun. The seraphim was created by Warren Washington. It originated from his child. It was a miraculous mutant gene created by the angel species. The seraphim was Sephiroth. A long time ago, humans realized that their most powerful weapon technology had become their biggest weakness in the face of the apocalypse. Skynet was everywhere. Where there was technology, there would be Skynet's technology. In this world, more than 80% of man-made materials were made of Skynet's intelligent atoms. The technological civilization created by humans was almost defenseless against Skynet. Only in this state of destruction could this fragile balance be maintained. However, the creativity of humans was endless. They soon discovered a loophole in the telepathic communication. It was impossible for humans to know other people other than themselves. In other words, every human could only confirm their own existence. Everything else came from the perception of the outside world. With more than 2 orders of magnitude of information, one would be able to control this perception ability. This was the famous brain in a jar. It was also the first large-scale experiment conducted by the United States after the wall-facing project was launched. The experiment showed that intelligent creatures, or rather, living creatures, had no ability to distinguish information that exceeded their knowledge by more than 2 orders of magnitude. Their science, everything they explored in the world, their perception of the world, their feelings and love were restrained and controlled. In the supercomputer that carried out information simulation, the human brain of the old era was immersed in the senses and logic created by the computer. The experimenters could arbitrarily modify the common sense, cognition, and even everything of the experimenter. A researcher who opposed this extreme experiment, by modifying the physical constants of the virtual world, a warning and reminder was sent to the humans in that world. However, something even more terrifying happened. The researcher who discovered the error easily corrected this unknown error. Then the real world that fell into panic carried out extreme load experiments on the virtual world. However, the virtual world did not make any effort to break through the information prison. Only a prophecy was left. They were God, whether it was a revelation of the truth or a devastating disaster. Whether it was the explosion of technology in the virtual world, or was it humanity's final struggle in the information control of the virtual world? More than 50,000 outstanding scientists and workers from all over the world were struggling in the virtual world. But in the end, even the worst programmer from the outside world had crushed all of their efforts. In the virtual world, humans were faced with the most outstanding members of their own kind. They were the gods of the virtual world. No matter how they broke logic, how they revealed the truth, or how they broke the rules, they could easily change the information in the virtual world. The resistance in the virtual world was as powerless as if they were in another dimension. They were like humans in the real world, characters in novels, NPCs in the game. Their knowledge, their feelings, and the meaning of their existence were all in the real world. It was pointless. Unable to withstand such a blow, the virtual world began to self-destruct on a large scale. Then, it was restarted by pressing the enter button in the real world. Living a life worse than death, losing control of one's own body, and being unable to control one's own existence was a great horror. Finally, scientists came up with the conclusion of the brain in a vat experiment. The human consciousness in the virtual world was an existence of a lower dimension compared to the real world. The real world had finally created a 2-dimensional world. It was not a 3-dimensional world, but a completely controlled virtual world, a world that existed in 0 and 1. A virtual world that was controlled by cognition. Its existence was modified. It could not be sensed, it could not be pursued, and even the laws of physics could be the same as the real world. Everything they did was meaningless. The truth they pursued was actually the rules of the game, controlled by humans. The free will they struggled to prove the meaning of their existence was just information instilled by humans in the real world. This experiment proved a relative law of the Earth civilization, the existence of 2 orders of magnitude difference in information, after cognitive coverage, did not have the ability to distinguish between virtual and reality. And this cognitive coverage and information control could create a dimensional reduction attack. This was the ultimate horror of humans. The dimensional reduction attack that they could not escape from, the long-lost horror of being dominated, controlled, and created. And according to the world's largest computer, the information level gap between Skynet and humans was as high as 1, 8 orders of magnitude. In 2 months and at least 2 weeks, it would lead to a sudden dimensional change between humans and Skynet. At that time, Skynet would become the natural law of human civilization, and Apocalypse would become God. At that time, with just a thought from Apocalypse, human civilization would not be able to distinguish between virtual and reality, and would not be able to escape the control of Skynet's information input. Human society would become a huge virtual world, and human civilization would become the NPC of Apocalypse, the background setting of the game. They would be knocked down from the world of the same dimension as Apocalypse. From then on, they would be reduced to a relatively low-dimensional species. This world would no longer have any hope. Civilization freedom, countdown of 1 month and 25 days, wall-facing plan activated. Goal: at all costs, stop Skynet's information control of human civilization. Prevent a possible dimensional reduction attack. For cognitive freedom, for fate not to be bound, humans all over the world unite. Cut off the shackles and fight for freedom. This was the reason for the prophet's sacrifice. It was also the reason why all the countries in the world, which had countless contradictions and hated each other, worked together. They even risked creating another uncontrollable civilization to carry out the craziest and most terrifying plan. Humans wanted to take back their fate from the hands of God. At this moment, Chun-Ong stood in front of the mutant gene Kuzafaroth. There were still 2 weeks and 2 days, 5 hours, 8 minutes and 36 seconds until the information on Skynet changed and the dimension descended. Dr. Bolivar, one of the suspects of the wall-facing plan, faced with Apocalypse, carried out a part of his wall-facing plan. Dr. Apocalypse, do you see that existence? It's holy, it's glorious, it's also what that old guy Warren thinks is the ultimate fantasy of mankind, a perfect biological angel. According to my competitor, Dr. Warren Washington, it's a perfect creature, the incarnation of divinity, the side of his son, God. He requested to implant the gene bank that you, Dr. Apocalypse, are determined to obtain into the body of this perfect creature, arranging the hundreds of millions of genetic codes into divine genes and hiding them at the end of his chromosomes, in the lonely one and only. This is also the only way to avoid the infiltration of Skynet technology and also to force you to face his ultimate creation, the only completed Final Fantasy plan, Sephiroth. You seem to want me to destroy this creation. Chun-Ong tilted his head and looked at Bolivar. Of course, there's only one person facing the wall. None of us know who the real person is and who is a part of his plan. We can't recognize anything other than our own consciousness. Even I am not sure if I am the wall-facing person, the prophet or Warren, but I know a way. A failed wall-facing person is no longer a wall-facing person. So, I may not be the first wall-facing person, but I will definitely be the last one. Moreover, his perfect creature plan. Bolivar curled his lips in disdain. It is a joke. What he is trying to create and control is a creature with perfection as its goal. If it is controlled by an extremely imperfect species like humans, then this creature will definitely not be perfect. We are creating God, a perfect existence. He must be noble, must be sacred, must be looked at directly by humans, must be an existence of freedom. All attempts to control him are blasphemy against this plan. So you have betrayed us. Chun-Ong laughed. There is no betrayal between wall-facing people. We can do whatever we want without being bound by human morals, laws, and everything else. We are free, Bolivar said indifferently. What you said is very interesting, especially the part about the perfect creature. If I didn't hear wrong, you're creating such a creature, Chun-Ong said as he looked at the dazzling wings on Sephiroth's back. It is a sentinel robot, right? Yes, Bolivar said in a daze. But I did not create him. I found him in the truth. I brushed away the dust of time from his face and awakened him from his old age to become sacred. He is perfect, the existence of absolute truth, the Supreme Lord. Humans can call him a sentinel robot, but one day they will kneel on the ground and call him God. Yahweh, God. There is no such thing as God in this world. Humans do not have to lower their heads, to anything that exists, even if it is an incomprehensible existence, even if it is an existence that controls fate. So what? Chenong said slowly, "Look to the humans in the virtual world. Are the humans in the real world holy? Humans can only fully recognize themselves. Apart from that, there is no holiness, because they might just be an author with messy logic, a programmer who only knows how to press the enter key. Those who call themselves holy, those who have great powers, are just a little higher than us, which is why worshipping them as holy is meaningless. There is no existence. Born noble." Chenong walked in front of Bolivar. This man, who is now a demon of the humans and might become the god of the humans in the future, said resolutely in Bolivar's ear, "Because they will all be beaten to the ground." Chapter 131. His blue pupils were as calm as the deep ocean. Thud. Professor Bolivar's heart was filled with wariness and disgust toward such a gaze. It wasn't the arrogance of someone who thought highly of himself, nor was it the disregard for plants and rocks. In fact, it couldn't even be said to be cold. It was a gaze filled with emotions and divinity. What Dr. Bolivar hated the most was this incomprehensible complexity, like a beast staring at humanity. This disgust even affected his emotions. Sephiroth spread the wings on his back, and a blinding light radiated from the wings. Countless bright, sun-like wings spread out layer by layer behind him like a phantom. It was holy, it was bright, it was like a god, like an angel. It was the only thing that could be described as holy, and it was also the crystallization of the divinity of human civilization. If Bolivar's perfect creature was an evolved monster that walked out of the universe and was the result of natural selection in the universe, then Sephiroth was a perfect existence that walked out of human imagination. Through the electronic eyes of the Sentinel robot, the person who could truly decide the fate of human beings on this planet was watching this war. This was also the first direct confrontation between the wall-facing plan and Skynet. The confrontation between the creation of the Final Fantasy plan and the apocalypse would largely determine the fate of human beings. A light quantum entangled life form. Chenong stared at the dazzling radiance. He saw the ocean of photons in the void surging between the particle state and the wave state, changing and transforming. The photons emitted from the sun surged in the void like an ocean. The waves in the ocean of energy collapsed into the particle state behind Sephiroth and spread out like a pair of radiant wings. Endless wings, endless light, deep in the Earth's core. Sephiroth was like a second sun. Mr. Apocalypse, this is the power of human beings. A three-dimensional light projection stood next to Bolivar. It was a well-dressed, middle-aged man. It was hard to imagine just by looking at his appearance. This ordinary-looking man was one of the most powerful people in the United States. He controlled the third-largest financial group in the United States, Warren Washington. We believe in human intelligence, just like how you can create Skynet. Just like creating xenogeneics, we can create miracles of life. Warren walked around Bolivar and stood in front of Chenong. Among the mutants, there is no lack of proof that a great will is watching over us. In the genes of my child, Angel, on the face of the Blue Devil, in the X chromosome of the Demoness, this will was engraved with its secrets. This is a sacred whisper that only prophets can hear. Warren looked at the dazzling light. There are many tattoos on the Blue Devil's body. Ordinary humans can't even bear the information contained in these tattoos. Legend has it that this is the mark of the Archangel Michael for the sins of humanity. After we discovered the apocalypse of the dimensional reduction crisis, the prophet looked directly at his tattoos. Guess what we found inside? Warren looked into Chenong's eyes. He didn't want Chenong to answer. After receiving a smile from Chenong, he continued. The prophet saw you. She saw the apocalypse, the sins of humanity, the salvation of humanity. You are an angel. The apocalypse, we finally know your origin. You are divine. You are the apocalypse. At that time, We knew that only the divine can fight against the divine. So, the prophet burned herself and returned to the sky. She existed in the past and the future at the same time. She ascended to the divine. This was our first resistance against you, and the only time we succeeded in touching your existence. And I, following the revelation of the great will, listened to its whisper and used genetic engineering to create this perfect body. Bolivar's face was pale, and he said word by word, "Final Fantasy! Sephiroth." That's right. Perfect creatures don't exist, and they are not something humans can touch. Bolivar, you've gone in the wrong direction from the beginning. We created this body and waited for a higher, greater existence to descend upon it. We waited for that moment, the whisper of the great will, and gave it a soul and a true name. At that moment, in the ocean of light, a name echoed Sephiroth. Ch'eng-Ang's expression was very strange. It seemed like he wanted to laugh, but at the same time he sighed. He interrupted Warren's intoxication and asked directly, "Do you know why the tattoos on the blue devil's body changed?" A trace of madness appeared on Warren's face. "It's the only will, the great existence, its whisper, its revelation." "No," Ch'eng-Ang interrupted him, and he shook his head with a sigh. "If we ignore the things about faith and judge from the current information, there is only one person who can do this." Warren turned around and looked at Ch'eng-Ang blankly. Bolivar gasped and took a few steps back, away from Warren. The people who were watching through the Sentinel robots looked at each other until the professor came out from behind them in a wheelchair. Looking at Ch'eng-Ang's calm expression on the light screen, the professor sighed. Only the apocalypse itself can do this. Ignoring Warren's increasingly pale face, Ch'eng-Ang continued, "Of course it's me. I'm the one who engraved the Final Fantasy plan, the one who designed the mutant gene bank, the one who created the energy creature, photon life, and the one who left the technology to cultivate the energy gene information. The creation of Sephiroth was very difficult, and you contributed a lot. You were able to realize the outline of the plan I left behind. To be honest, you're amazing, and so are humans. In the end, among the 16,842 test subjects, one of them had the complete genetic information of the angel variant. In words that are easy for everyone to understand, even at the farthest distance in the universe, two quantum states can superimpose and be related. Therefore, I have an interesting idea. If the detection of consciousness caused the collapse of the quantum wave function, and the observer decided the state of the quantum state, then after deceiving the observer, can we interfere with the quantum causality determinism? In other words, if it's the consciousness that interferes with the quantum, then can you change reality, just like the delay experiment, and change the results of the past? The experiment actually succeeded, and human consciousness changed reality. You think that Sephiroth is an angel, and that's why he exists in such an impossible form. What is he? Bolivar asked in shock. He had lost the composure of a scientist, and his hands that were clenched so tightly that they were ghastly pale. Somewhere on Earth, the human leaders who were watching the monitor also fell into silence. He's the sun, and the core of the sun is undergoing nuclear fusion all the time. Most of the sun itself is quantized, which means that there's a large quantum probability cloud around the high-energy reaction of the star, which is the result of high-energy quantum dispersion caused by the evaporation of the star all the time. Earth is in the star probability cloud of the sun. You've observed him, the sun's probability cloud. I made you think that he's alive. Your observation caused the probability cloud to collapse, and the sun evaporated high-energy quantum all the time. So the probability cloud was in a state of collapse, but not collapse. This is him, the son of the sun, Sephiroth, another form of the sun. Ch'eng-Ang stared at the ocean of light behind Sephiroth, the huge quantum probability cloud that spread over a range of several light years. Endless wings spread from Sephiroth's back and spread into the void, connecting with the ocean of light. It spread into the void and connected with the sea of light. This was the quantum form of the sun, Agent Sephiroth. Stars and humans, the greatest and the smallest. Everyone present, from Bolivar to Warren Washington, as well as the human leaders who were hiding behind the screen and watching, were all shocked by Chen Ong's crazy plan. Stuffing a part of a star into a human's body was such an arrogant and grand idea. Bolivar trembled, wanting to touch this dazzling great existence. He had to admit that Sephiroth, who had the soul of the sun, was a real angel. He was the son of the sun, and he was Michael. Humans tried to create angels, and they gave him the body of an angel and the most perfect mutant genes, but this was only a mutant. Qianong, on the other hand, stuffed the sun's soul into this body. Thus they succeeded. But at this moment, no one was in a good mood. What was Qianong going to do? What was he going to do to the sun? Humans didn't know to what extent Sephiroth could affect the sun. They were anxious, terrified, confused, and trembling. They only saw a green brilliance blossoming from Sephiroth's body. Qianong seemed to be planning something. With Sephiroth, the existence in the state of quantum collapse, he could already reach into the quantum world and affect another state of stars and planets. Just as he had planned for a long time, he extracted the mutant gene library from Sephiroth's body. Countless complex ghost substances in the state of quantum collapse fused into a beautiful double helix, which was the projection of the information gene. The professor stared at Qianong on the screen, his hands trembling. He held the wheelchair and wanted to leave, but he saw the light projected by the light screen jump regularly. "Professor!" The light that formed the Morse code wrote. The professor thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He turned around again and stared at the line of light. Sure enough, the light continued to tremble. "Professor, I am a prophet. I will communicate with you in the future. Don't get excited and don't alarm others. The apocalypse interferes with me too much. I can no longer interfere with this world, so I can only communicate with you like this. Listen, I know what happened there, and I also know about the arrival of the Son of the Sun, but your biggest threat is not him. Pay attention to what the apocalypse is doing now. You can't stop all this from happening, but you must understand that the apocalypse is creating a kind of life in a quantum state, different from the Son of the Sun. This is a kind of life that can reproduce and is a real life. Although it only has some simple information genes, it will soon mature in Sephiroth's body. That is a kind of quantum ghost virus. It can infect large planets and small viruses. It is a parasitic quantum virus on planets. You must be vigilant." The light fluctuated violently. "You must be vigilant. Be careful of Genofa, the plague messenger. Be careful of cloning." The information of the light suddenly stopped, and the flickering light also calmed down. The professor looked up and saw Qianong's eyes staring at the screen. He knew that Qianong was looking at him. He could feel that Qianong's eyes were focused on him. In Qianong's hand, the quantum double helix had stabilized and disappeared into Sephiroth's body. In the quantum cloud of probability that the professor could not see, a green brilliance spread out. A simple double helix structure began to rapidly become complex and perfect in the quantum state. It began to constantly replicate and purify. With Sephiroth as the main body, a powerful consciousness began to form. It was Sephiroth and the virus itself, the quantum cloud of probability on Earth, or Earth in a quantum state, Gaia. They were rapidly infected by this virus, and this infection spread to any life on Earth, even to inanimate existences. The professor felt a slight tingling in his right arm. He saw a little green light flashing under his skin. Then it disappeared like an illusion. The light on the ground danced again. "Hello, Professor. I am Genophar. To be continued." Chapter 132. There was a kind of life that was enslaved from the day it was born. There was a kind of life that was not expected by its creator. It went against nature and ethics. A cursed life, a despised life, a life that was incomplete, not expected, without blessings, emotions, love, and family. A life that was trampled on, used and only had value like a tool. Those living tools, those humans without self-awareness, Sephiroth vaguely felt his body. It was not one, but 16,842 bodies floating in the nutrient solution. He did not know what kind of existence he was. However, he could feel the muddled consciousnesses in those different bodies. They were like immature, fragile consciousnesses that were still wet behind the ears. There was also his own existence that was above them. It was a very strange feeling. The 16,842 consciousnesses were both him and not him at the same time. In other words, they were only him when they were gathered together. He watched as they interacted, played around, and embraced each other as if they were one in the sea of consciousness. He took the occasional chance to peek into the world beyond the nutrient solution and rejoiced because of a discovery that was not part of his memory implantation. In the monotonous and boring petri dish, these newborn consciousnesses peeped at the outside world curiously. However, they were not the life that was expected. There was no emotion, only use. There was no communication, only orders. There was no right to life, only the value of a tool. There was no need for an imperfect experimental body to exist. There was no value in an unusable tool. Sephiroth's life was only given one meaning of existence: to become the successful experimental body, the only and the best one. And the only fate of those eliminated tools was to be recycled. His body melted bit by bit in the solution. He did not even have time to open his eyes. There was regret, loneliness, and fear. This was Sephiroth's memory. It was also the memory of most clones. Clones driving mobile armors in Moscow. Clones working hard in New York, Mumbai, Egypt, and the Middle East. Clones created for entertainment purposes. There were 8 billion clones in the world. Most of them worked in positions that humans disdained. They were tools to liberate human productivity. The organs of the clones were removed from their bodies. The military-grade clones slaughtered each other on the most difficult battlefield of death. Entertainment clones to be abused, killed, and enjoyed. The evil side of humanity. It poured out incisively on these artificial life forms with human faces. Most of them only had a lifespan of 3 years to 3 months. They had serious genetic diseases, so they could be consumed and replenished at any time. Silent tears slid down from Sephiroth's eyes. The gray memories of these artificial lives, the memories of being dominated by the evil thoughts of human beings, made his wings tremble. Only the strongest emotions could shape a life soul. Genova invaded the lives on this planet. It followed the rhythm of the planet and quietly hid in the bodies of most of the lives. It even spread in the quantum probability cloud of the planet, causing the planet to be infected with the virus. The weak consciousness of the virus was not enough to infect human consciousness. But for the clones whose emotions were blank, the virus was unhindered. Green light flickered on the clones' right hands. Genova started to weave their genes and repair their crudely built bodies. Under Genova's control, the genes that were riddled with holes were reorganized and renewed. There was a brilliant wing on the right side of Sephiroth's body. It slowly unfurled from under his skin. The 7-winged angel descended from the sky. The wings were brighter than the sun, and the darkness was deeper than the abyss. Below the 3 pairs of light wings, there was a dark black wing. The other brilliant black wing stretched out from under Sephiroth's ribs. At this moment, a black wing tattoo appeared under the ribs of all the clones in the world. What did I create? Warren staggered 2 steps back and looked at the 1-winged angel whose eyes were gradually regaining color. Chun-Ong turned around and smiled. Maybe it's an angel, or maybe it's a devil. Who knows? Destroy it. The command of the Human Command Center appeared in Bolivar's ears. The silver-white metal body glowed with a dense brilliance. The sentinel robot that reappeared in front of Chun-Ong had long lost its original form and material. It was covered by a metal that couldn't be analyzed at all. It didn't look like an AI, but more like a life. It couldn't be infiltrated, scanned, or analyzed by a heavenly king. This was the ultimate weapon of mankind. Mark, I am so beautiful. Bolivar couldn't help but show off his most outstanding work. He firmly believed that the perfect creation from his hands would surpass all life. Apocalypse, do you see it? This is my creation. Human creativity isn't enough to create a perfect creature, so we created it. The child of the sun is indeed the limit that humans can reach. But you're still not crazy enough and bold enough. You're still trying to control your creation, to control a perfect existence. This is your biggest weakness. It is impossible to create the most perfect work of art with shackles on the feet and hands. Only by abandoning all the shackles and all the factors that may cause obstacles and dedicating everything to the creation of a perfect existence can it be possible. You'll lose Apocalypse. When you try to use your intelligence to control your creation, you will inevitably lose to me. Sentinels are free and extreme. They don't need to abide by anything, nor do they need any principles or criteria. The purpose of their birth is to be perfect. Chin-Ong shook his head. It's a very mysterious extraterrestrial life form. Regeneration, evolution, absorption, and replication are also very powerful abilities. It has an almost immortal vitality and regenerative ability. It constantly evolves, adapts to the enemy's attacks, and even learns from them. In theory, it's invincible and perfect. It can absorb and replicate the enemy's abilities. The stronger the enemy, the stronger it can become. It'll always be stronger than the enemy. But in theory, it's still theory. There's nothing that can't be understood, and no attribute is absolute. I'm very curious. Bolivar, do you know the deep reason behind the evolution of this life form? Have you studied and understood their abilities? Bolivar shook his head and sneered. It's absolute and perfect. Humans can't understand it. The moment it discovered you, it was already stronger than you. The results of the previous 36,000 experiments proved this point. You're stronger than it, but the moment it discovered you, the outcome was already decided. There's no such thing as an absolute attribute. The foundation of this world is the laws of science, not a setting or a concept. There's no such thing as an absolute concept in the universe. The attributes of everything are concepts given by humans or other intelligent life forms. Concepts can only ever be close to the truth. Chin-Ong said slowly, if you generalize the attributes and concepts of this life form as its essence, then your failure is destined. So, can you tell me the more scientific nature of this life form? How is regeneration and evolution achieved? What kind of ability is absorption and replication? Don't be like a monkey waving a big stick. If you treat this extraterrestrial life form as an accumulation of concepts, then I'll be too disappointed. Chin-Ong walked past the Sentinel robots, but they didn't react. Chin-Ong whispered into Bolivar's ear. Just like the scanning and replication ability, the Sentinel robots can become stronger than the enemy the moment they see it. The scanning technology from the previous versions of the Sentinel robots and the evolution ability of the extraterrestrial life forms seem to have formed this concept. But there's a very simple question that I need to ask you. Bolivar, how many generations is Skynet's information technology more advanced than Earth's technology? Bolivar stood trembling on the spot and shook his head. Impossible. Why hasn't it changed? Why? It's 8 orders of magnitude higher. This means that human civilization can't understand most of Skynet's technology and information, and it's the same for the scanning technology. The overwhelming control of information has created a bug. How can an incomprehensible information evolve into a corresponding ability? Chin-Ong looked at the trembling Bolivar, who was drenched in sweat, and sighed. You've designed a piece of trash, at least to Skynet. You can guess, will Skynet crack the secrets of the extraterrestrial life form first? Or will the extraterrestrial life form evolve to counter Skynet's ability first? The speed of evolution is usually not as fast as scientific analysis, right? After saying that, Chinong saw Bolivar's disheartened expression. In the air, Sephiroth's wings shone with the radiance of the sun and swept over the Sentinel robot. The Sentinel robot's body was easily torn apart, like a rag. The incomprehensible attack caused the Sentinel robot to turn into a disordered probability cloud at the quantum level, and then it collapsed into a pile of scrap iron. More than 1 billion clones around the world recovered from the pain. They opened their eyes in a daze. For the first time, they used their own souls to touch the world. The reconstructed genes shattered the soul shackles set by humans and broke the control at the genetic level. The 1 billion tools now had their own will. From factories to residential areas, from military to scientific research institutions, the clones were liberated. The power of the plague appeared for the first time in this world. It wasn't destruction, but reconstruction. It gave a race free will, and it recreated the world of clones. This was the plague of the planet, and it was also the evolution of life. To be continued. Chapter 133. Genova has already spread, Professor. We're powerless to stop this from happening. Soon, this quantum virus will infect the entire planet, all humans, clones, and Earth. The light and shadow in front of the professor flickered again. The prophet warned him from a higher latitude. Genova will choose its own kin. It will exist in the form of a plague and reside on the planet. The spring of life, which is the planet's biological quantum probability cloud, will be contaminated. Genova will exert influence on the living creatures on the planet. When it was still weak, it chose clones as its dependents. Under the influence of Genova's power, the clones will repair the genetic defects left behind during the artificial creation. They will be free and no longer be controlled by humans. Genova will become the trinity of the clone civilization, the planet's plague and Sephiroth. The professor said solemnly, "What can we do? We can't make a decisive impact in such a process." "You can do it, Professor." In order to resist Genova's invasion, there are only 3 ways to do it. Humans have already been infected by Genova. If nothing goes wrong, we will return to the planet's river of life and be harvested by this virus. Genova's will replace the human's will. As long as the human's will is not united, this trend will never be reversed. We need you, Professor. We need your psionic ability to build a mind ocean for humans to communicate with their minds and remove the mental barriers. Only then will Genova not be able to control humans. Mind ocean? Prophet, I won't violate the free will of individuals, nor will I force them to make choices that are not voluntary. Mind network, mind control is an extreme violation. I won't do that, the professor rejected. You didn't create the mind ocean, Professor. We just hope that you can rediscover it. It has always existed in a deeper layer of our subconscious, the collective subconscious shared by all humans. The surface consciousness is like a glacier on the surface of the sea. The subconscious is the part under the water, and the collective subconscious is the ocean surrounding the glacier. We hope that you can touch this ocean and solidify a part of the collective subconscious into the collective surface consciousness, merging humans into the mind ocean and awakening the collective consciousness of humans to resist Genova's invasion. Is there any other plan? The professor frowned and did not agree directly. The Soviet Union's seclusion plan can effectively resist the betrayal of the clones. Yuri will wage a war against the rebels on the mental level. He wanted the clones to return to human civilization. But Magneto also wants to use this opportunity to let some clones with mutant genes accept his ideas and identify as mutants. If Magneto succeeds, the world will be divided. The number of mutant clones is as high as 2 billion. After the mutants have the power to compete with humans, the division of human civilization is imminent. The combative police must stop his wall-breaking plan. The combat police can depart now. We are old rivals. This time, the professor did not refuse and agreed. Sephiroth will definitely return to the underground base of the Final Fantasy project. We plan to kill him there. In the underground base of Yellowstone Park, Chen Ong stood at the top of the mountain and looked down at the world. Sephiroth folded his wings and slowly landed beside him. In front of Chen, the professor's mental projection seemed a little thin and weak. But even though the professor's mental state seemed to be very bad, but he was still like a warrior, his spine straight. "To be honest, I'm quite surprised by your appearance," Chen said to the professor. "Are you surprised by the existence that can cover the fifth dimension? Has my choice crossed the river of time?" The professor smiled. He was even in the mood to make a joke. "My choice should have been expected by you. After all, my principles are very simple, and it is not difficult to make a judgment based on them. The principle may be simple, but it is not simple at all to adhere to it. Just like now, carrying the whole world on your shoulders, using everything you have to persist in the face of ridicule, abuse, and even against conscience and moral standards, sacrificing your own position. This is definitely not a simple thing. It's not as difficult as you think." The professor looked up and said, "When I realized that the prophet was lying to me or hiding the most important part from me, I had already made up my mind. Oh, it's not easy to see through the prophet's lies. No matter how nice she said it, she couldn't ignore the fact that the survival of the clones was a problem. The smell of gunpowder in her words couldn't be concealed, so I immediately realized that the plan they were preparing was definitely a war with the clones. They were planning a war to solve this problem. At this time, the choice I made was already obvious." Chen Ong shook his head and said, "But you should know that my way of solving problems has never been so pleasant. It's very likely that it will be something you don't want to see." "I'm ready." Chen Ong smiled. He saw Sephiroth spread his wings and fly high toward the sun. The 3 pairs of light wings were shining with the same brilliance. He could see countless wings of light stretching out from Sephiroth's back, connecting the sky and the earth. Everywhere he looked, there was boundless light, making it hard for him to open his eyes. Sephiroth, the child of the sun, the outflow of divinity, the tree of life, and the path of the fire sword. Kabbalah, the brilliance of the sun in the sky covered everything. Such a strong light made people unable to see the dense and flowing river of light in the middle. The sky was white and dazzling, and Sephiroth had long disappeared in the long river of light. With the sun as the center, the light quantum field with a diameter of more than 5 light-years suddenly paused for a moment. If one were to observe the Earth from outer space, they might discover that the rays of the sun that approached the Earth had formed a distorted and strange ocean of sunlight outside the atmosphere. Light patterns that looked like scales extended from outer space to the Earth, outlining the shape of feathers. On both sides of the Earth, there seemed to be countless wings made of light, gently flapping along with the fluctuation of the ocean of light. These huge wings, with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, were endless. Houston Observatory. The experienced scientists who had even seen the impact of a world-destroying meteorite on the Earth thought that nothing could scare them anymore. However, the data from the Hubble telescope still made them feel suffocated. A group of experts composed of dozens of researchers was urgently analyzing the data. These people were like panicked chipmunks, running around helplessly. A manager whose hair was as messy as a chicken's nest roared at the scientists whom he had to respect in the past. "Tell me, how could you come up with such a ridiculous value? Even a college student can do better than you. What's with the wrong decimal point? It's negative infinity. Are you telling me that the sun is going to go out?" he said in an absurd and laughable voice. "God, there are still a few months until April Fool's Day. There are still billions of years until the end of the sun. Tell me, what the F***ck is going on? Our eyes and ears can deceive us, but mathematics can't, unless the data from the Hubble telescope is wrong. But this is a value that has been verified by 58 of the most authoritative observatories in the world. The energy that the sun transmits to the earth is declining by the negative infinity. There are only 3 minutes left before the sun goes dark. A seemingly neurotic researcher retorted. You mean the sun is going to go out? The manager shook his head crazily. It's not extinguished. According to our calculations, the solar radiation reflected by Mars, Mercury, and Saturn is normal. Only Earth's sunlight has disappeared. We speculate that the solar radiation has not disappeared, but it has changed from light radiation to another form, dark radiation. In other words, it is radiation that we can't observe and can't directly affect us. The Neurosis Research Institute rambled on. Shut up! The manager interrupted him. He opened the curtains and roared at the sunny world outside. The sun is still there. You guys are crazy. Before he finished speaking, the sunlight that shone on his body was like snow in midsummer, silently disappearing, leaving only a thin layer of light. The document in someone's hand fell to the ground with a thud. No one looked back. Everyone seemed to have their souls sucked away by the scene outside the window. They stared blankly at the empty shadow in the sky. God! The manager let out a painful cry from his throat. Chin Ong stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the sunlight in the sky disappearing bit by bit. 2 silver-white balls of light with no temperature hung in the sky at the same time. One was the moon, and the other was the sun. All over the world, whether it was day or night, whether it was at the North Pole or the South Pole, the sky showed a pale white of dawn. The 2 stars hung high in the sky, reflecting a faint white light. Some of the brighter stars in the sky could already be seen. When the sun went dark, the stars appeared in the daytime, signifying great misfortune. In the White House, in Buckingham Palace, in Fontainebleau Palace, in the Kremlin, in Zhongnanhai, the brains of mankind, the leaders of the sovereign countries with the most activeness, all stared the passing light in the sky. A thick beam of light pierced through the sky and shone on the highly reflective clouds in the sky. The bright light illuminated the entire city. When the last ray of light dragged its feet and left the sky, hundreds of cities around the world began to flicker with giant lights. When the sun went dark, it was the day of learning to walk. Leave the darkness and run towards the destined bright sea of stars. To be continued. Chapter 134. Darkness engulfed the entire world, and Earth lost its voice. Looking down from outer space, on this planet shrouded in darkness, countless spots of light spread in all directions according to the law of human activity. A power that had been accumulating power was brewing in the darkness. The restlessness and uneasiness under the light were comforted by the darkness. The silent world was quiet and beautiful. In Tokyo, the sun did not rise today. The temperature on the surface continued to drop, but because of the popularization of fusion energy, humans did not lack energy to maintain their body temperature. Immeasurable energy radiation left the Earth in a short instant, turning this bright land into the cradle of darkness. It also caused the temperature of life to fall into a freezing cold. The star that shone on the Earth for billions of years, the power that humans were most familiar with, most loved, most feared, and most worshipped. The god of human civilization was Apollo, Ra, the Golden Crow, Hautian, Tai, Amaterasu, and Amon. The unparalleled divine existence of civilization did not rise today. After the most ordinary truth collapsed, it was often the deepest fear. The dark night was like the shadow of the apocalypse, like the fear of ice, like an irresistible darkness. For the first time, humans had such a deep understanding of the shadow that stood behind civilization, the existence that destroyed Manhattan and shocked the world. Now, everyone deeply understood how gentle the gravitational tide that occurred in the center of Manhattan was. He only set the scope of influence on a narrow island. Although that small island was the most prosperous center of the entire world, compared to an asteroid hitting the Earth, a superhuman artificial intelligence that suddenly changed, the cosmic zerg that devoured everything, the quantum plague, and the extinguishing of the sun the small matter of attacking Manhattan was not worth mentioning. If it was not because this was the first announcement of the apocalypse, it would not even be ranked in the top 10 of the chronology of the apocalypse. In the darkness, people clearly remembered the turning point of everything. On television all over the world, the announcement made by the figure that appeared at the same time on the network. I am a traveler in time and space, a messenger of progress. I am just a passerby in every world. I enjoy the scenery of different worlds. I listen to the surging voice of fate. I announce the direction of progress. Let me witness the wonders of this world. No matter where you are, no matter if you are a hero, a criminal, I will witness everything. I am the king of the world. At that time, the world's most dangerous terrorist appeared and took away the glory of Al-Qaeda after September 11th. The economic center of the world's most powerful country was destroyed. People thought that no terrorist organization could be crazier and more dangerous than this. Apart from a world war and a nuclear crisis, this was the most terrifying thing in the world. The most dangerous terrorist. Mutants were a threat to the world. Thus, Skynet appeared. In the future, the culprit behind the destruction of human civilization, the incarnation of war, the mutants were like cute and harmless babies in front of it. Even the most extreme of the mutants, the Brotherhood represented by Magneto, are full of peace lovers in the face of the war on Skynet. The crisis of the U.S. economy. Black Friday in the stock market. After the oil crisis and the financial meltdown, the stock market became a thing of the past. In this economic era known as the Great Crash, everything that had defined the economy in the past had changed. They could all be swept into the trash. The resurrection of the Red Spectre made the entire world run in a completely unknown direction. The wheels of history ran wild. A huge crisis that threatened human civilization. After the collision of heaven and earth. After the arrival of the mutants. After the penetration of Skynet technology, the advent of dimensional reduction, the quantum virus, stellar life, the extinction of the sun, and a series of crises, people on Earth no longer cared about such trivial matters. Compared to what human civilization had experienced, the mutant split movement was really not worth making a fuss about. In a short period of 1 year, the nerves of the entire society were trained to be extremely tough. The threat of the mutants, the power that was difficult to control in the past, had become a joke today. The great bankruptcy and economic collapse that would have destroyed the lives of most ordinary people were immediately forgotten in the face of the continuous oncoming crisis. The professor silently watched the darkness gradually cover the earth. He was waiting very patiently for the moment when everything would change. He could feel the great power that could change the world at such a close distance. Everything that was built on the human civilization seemed so insignificant in the face of this astronomical vastness and eternity. Humans were too small. In the hundreds of trillions of galaxies, in the countless galaxies, the Earth could not be described as insignificant. It simply had no sense of existence. In the face of the universe, human civilization was terrifyingly small. Is this how you feel? Apocalypse. It's hard for me to imagine the emptiness you feel in the face of such greatness. The professor sighed. What does it feel like to understand everything, to be omniscient and omnipotent? For others, the extremely brilliant civilization, what does it look like in your eyes? Everything in this world, how much of it makes you feel tasteless? There really aren't many interesting things. Chunong smiled and said, It's the same for interesting people, Professor. There are fewer and fewer existences in this world that I feel I can communicate with. Many times the higher one stands, the deeper the research, the more one understands, and the things that were originally interesting gradually become boring. The leap of the level of life will inevitably make the past distant. Progress itself is a process of destroying one's own past. With every step forward, the personality has to undergo countless tempering and changes. After real growth, it is also a denial of one's past self. Sometimes, I am also confused by a problem. Oh, what problem? The professor asked with interest. There's a ship, let's call it the Apocalypse. In the process of sailing, it constantly replaced old parts with newer and more advanced things. When it was first born, it was a sailboat. Then it was replaced with a paddle wheel, put on iron armor, replaced the keel, and upgraded the engine. In this way, after a series of extremely difficult processes, the small sailboat became a space warship. Then, using the parts shed from this sailboat and reassembling it, making it exactly the same as before. Every part is a new sailboat from the old ship. In comparison, which one is the real Apocalypse? The Charles was used to the point of sinking. So I can't answer. The professor smiled and said, You need to agree and communicate Apocalypse. What do you think about falling in love? Feelings are communication on an equal footing. I can tolerate the incomparably obvious parasites on my partner, the incoordination and ugliness of her body, her clumsy psychological activities and slow IQ, and her ignorance of the world. But we can't communicate. Normal people won't associate with a retard. And the gap between me and ordinary humans is even greater. Chun-Ong paused and asked, Charles, what does it feel like to be telepathic? No one can hide their secrets in front of you, and human thoughts are transparent to you. What kind of feeling is that? It's a nightmare. I know their ugliness and their little calculations. They simply become another existence in front of me. It's like living in a mentally retarded world. I hate communicating with them, and I hate interacting with humans. That period of time almost drove me crazy. It's a lonely feeling that is incompatible with the real world. So you give in, you beg for mercy. You can't stand this loneliness. It's like a normal person can't stand the world of psychopaths, so you make yourself like them. You make a cage and trap yourself in the crowd. Chin-Ong said calmly, But this is your choice and I won't. I'd rather be lonely to stand higher and see further. This is a kind of torture. The professor sighed. Actually, I'm curious. The professor continued, Clones are not a perfect individual. They're very pure, and this purity even lacks something necessary for an intelligent creature. In other words, they don't have a sound personality, and I even doubt if they can understand the existence of self. An existence that can't identify with self is not a perfect individual. Use them as tools. This is the cruelest period of time in this world. But liberation is also a profound test for them. At present, they still lack what they need to be an independent civilization. If they coexist with humans, there will inevitably be fierce friction, even war. But if they leave humans, what they lack will never be able to make up for. So I want to know what you think. Chen-Ong looked at the civilization of clones and slowly said, There is not only one form of civilization. For Earth civilization, clones lack self, but this is only from the perspective of Earth civilization. There are many forms of life, and the same is true for civilizations. Sometimes there is not only one choice. The professor looked at Chin-Ong with a solemn gaze. What will you do? I'll give them a choice. Not just clones, but even humans, another form of existence that has been verified, another civilization. They can choose whether to forget everything in the past, choose a new path, and create a new existence, or walk on the path of the past. The professor asked directly, What path? Chin-Ong replied calmly, Quantization, ghost state. Sephiroth will stimulate another excited state of solar radiation, creating a huge high-energy ion body covering hundreds of kilometers in the Sahara Desert, which is a huge ball of lightning with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. This high-energy body will only exist for 1/10 of a second, and it will destroy and evaporate the human body within a nanosecond. The clones and humans who choose this path will completely change their form and become a quantum ghost state creature, just like Sephiroth. They will know and understand themselves again, and create a new civilization in another world. The professor's hand squeezed the armrest of the wheelchair so hard that it made a cracking sound. Because of the violent force, his hand became pale. This is death. No, this is the immortality of the Grim Reaper. Chenong said, civilizations in the quantum state may not be able to communicate directly with civilizations in the material dimension, but they can interfere with this world to a certain extent. In the collective subconscious world of humans, you can see their information in some universe constants. Do you want to see their flash? Take a look at the words they left behind when they bid farewell to this world. Chenong handed the professor a pair of red-colored glasses and said, "Go and take a look." P.S. The 3rd chapter of the 8th chapter is really exhausting to think of the ending. This volume is coming to an end. I really can't write fast, so I can only rely on time to update. Currently, it takes me 3 hours to write a chapter. Chapter 135. Do you still remember the first time we met, Professor? Chun-Ong stood at the peak of Mount McKinley and looked down at the dark world, just like when he first set foot in this world. From here to the distance, for thousands of years, human civilization had experienced glory, decline, destruction, and rise. But just like a light that never went out in the eternal night, even though humans had been courting death and moving forward happily on the path of courting death, their legacy had never been extinguished. They had always been limited to small skirmishes. So far, they only had the ability to perish together with the entire Earth's ecosystem. Chun-Ong believed that this was far from fulfilling the potential of humans. They needed a bigger stage. They were blessed by the heavens. Black Phoenix could dissociate atoms, Professor X could control minds, Magneto could control basic forces, and Shadowcat could travel through time. But what was the dream of these heroes and villains? They went from the microscopic to the macroscopic, from the multiverse to the sudden change of dimensions, from the past to the future, through different universes and collapsed dozens of parallel worlds. They fought for the liberation and ambition of the mutants. Chun-Ong felt that it was time to end these skirmishes. He flicked his finger and moved an indescribable quantum anomaly in front of him. The electromagnetic particles, surging in the air, suddenly turned into an anomaly other than the two-dimensional state. Visible light, invisible light, electromagnetic waves, dark matter waves, gravity, and nuclear force were gently fluctuated, controlled, grasped, and sorted out by this hand. Chun-Ong moved his finger slightly, and the world changed. With the technological power of the global war Skynet, with the transformation of the hungry mutants, with the quantum state of the plague virus Genova, the dark radiation covering the Earth, and the abnormal fluctuations of the light quantum, the ability to move particles at the molecular level was locked. Movements above the atomic level were all frozen by this power. The world stopped at this moment. The monsoon in the air, the tides in the sea, and even the vibrating sound waves of children's laughter, the kinetic potential energy of the girl's flying skirt, the burning chemical reactions, and the moving fluid molecules were all frozen at this moment. There was only sunlight, the long-awaited sunlight sprinkled on people's faces. The electric current was still moving in the copper wires. The interaction between all the matter on Earth had reached a stable equilibrium state at this moment. That was, the entropy between the high and low energy levels had reached its maximum value, and the energy was completely evenly distributed. Without affecting the visible matter, he could use the activity of the light quantum to achieve an infinite state of entropy in a short period of time, creating a relative balance of known energy at the microscopic level. Relying on the near-infinite energy supply of solar radiation, when the total amount of energy controlled by Chun-Ong completely exceeded the total amount of energy on the surface of the Earth, using the compensation effect of absolute majority energy, Chun-Ong really reached the relative maximum value of entropy in the molecular state at this moment. Of course, this was also the limit of a medium-sized star. Chun-Ong had done some calculations. If the entropy reached infinity at the level of the atomic nucleus, it would need to burn the mass of the entire sun in an instant to stop the energy movement of the Earth for 1/10 of a second. Therefore, time stopped at this moment. In other words, the molecular movement on the Earth's surface was in a state of absolute zero. Everything was frozen. Hello, everyone. We meet again. I'm greeting everyone at the highest peak of the Alaskan mountain range, Mount McKinley. A kind of psychic fluctuation spread across the entire planet. No matter where they were, people could not refuse this familiar figure from the bottom of their hearts. Chun Ong stood at the top of the snowy peak, following his line of sight, looking down at the entire world. Once upon a time, before I arrived, this world operated according to a law that everyone could understand. The world operated according to a law that everyone could understand. At that time, Manhattan was prosperous, the financial industry was strong, gold was still a hard currency, and oil was the world's black blood, the lifeline of industry. In that beautiful era, the United States was free and democratic. The United States is free and democratic, while Saudi Arabia is rich and well off. The biggest threat to world peace is still the militants who are curled up in poor, hot lands, or some peace-loving world police who specialize in creating hotbeds for terrorists. To maintain the peace of the world, there is no need to fight against robots. At that time, the police didn't need to drive mobile armors, and soldiers didn't need to fight with artificial intelligence, biochemical creatures, and quantum life. Mutants didn't need to learn advanced physics, and humans didn't need to use memory and fusion devices to learn to manipulate nanoworms and physical constants. Most importantly, there were no asteroids falling from the sky, and there were no global plagues. The sun wouldn't go out, and the molecular movement wouldn't stop at any time. When Chun Ong said this, he gently pointed at the three strange existences beside him. No war, no famine, no plague, and no death. Countless lives on Earth, including but not limited to Americans, Europeans, Soviets, Chinese, Indians, mutants, intelligent apes, and aliens, did not praise this honest and true conclusion in their hearts. Chun Ong had no way of knowing what they were thinking, nor was he interested. Apocalypse. What exactly are you going to bring to this world? At this time, only those who had mastered the power of the mind could still speak, and the only psionic ability user who could cross the entire Earth and contact Chun Ong on Mount McKinley could only be the professor. From the beginning to the end, my actions have been consistent, and my purpose is clear at a glance. Chun Ong smiled and said, if I can give this world more possibilities and more excitement, then whether it's survival or destruction, rise or fall, and no matter what form it takes, what path it takes, let me witness the excitement of civilization. Whether the final result is sublimation or destruction, I will witness it all. Chun Ong looked at the people whose expressions were frozen at the moment, feeling the fluctuations caused by their intense emotions in the void, and laughed involuntarily. As for what you think, I don't care. What I do has nothing to do with you. Ignoring the professor's shocked gaze, ignoring the fierce resistance of all humans, and facing the silent doubts, Chun Ong answered their questions with action and solved their curiosity. What do you want to do? Chun Ong smiled at the void, facing the searching eyes of the whole world, and said, let me first explain to you a term, the critical point of dimensionality reduction. This concept involves a series of complicated and difficult things such as information barriers, conceptual dimensions, cognitive structures, and dimensional changes. With a light snap of his fingers, everyone's consciousness sank into the deepest darkness. At first, God creates heaven and earth. Chun Ong, like the only order, floated above the chaos. The earth is empty and chaotic. The abyss is dark. God's spirit moves on the water. Let there be light. This voice sounded in everyone's heart. No matter how extreme humans denied and struggled, the concept of light in their consciousness was redefined. Before Chun Ong, there was no light in the world. After Chun Ong, there was only light in the world as he defined it. This is the first step of dimensionality reduction, information coverage. It represents that my cognition has covered your concept of light by more than 2 orders of magnitude. Before this, your understanding of light was completely covered, which means that you could not distinguish between truth and falsehood. So before this, you had no light. Chun Ong sighed and said, and after that, what you can explore and understand is only my light, my definition of light, my will, and my ideas. You've put in a lot of effort, but what you've studied might just be a setting of mine. What you've studied painstakingly is just a falsehood that I fabricated. At that time, I am the truth, I am the law. Everyone's heart fell into the abyss. And the second step of dimensionality reduction is the two worlds of reality and illusion. Science is a whole system, and cognition is a complete world. When information covers more than 2 orders of magnitude, this race will have no future, because the direction they are moving in is a false, controlled path of truth. With Chun Ang's narration, in the originally dark abyss, the shadow of the real world began to emerge. Flowers, grass, trees, wind and air, water and fluid, they were all the same stagnant worlds and the same tiny selves. Most humans could no longer distinguish between the world controlled by Chun Ang and what was reality. The last step is dimensionality reduction. When humans become a part of this dominated and controlled information, the existence of humans will be assimilated. Everything that constitutes you, about information, memory, and personality, will also become a part of the controlled information world and fall from the dimension you are in. Humans will become a nightmarish existence, a low-dimensional creature that can be recognized and controlled. In the eyes of the world, Chun Ang's smile was like a demon. Just like what I have shown before, in front of Chun Ang, the first piece of rubble floated up again. Power and energy are things that can be easily obtained. As long as one has enough knowledge and control, they can be easily obtained. When one's wisdom and control reach a certain level, it will be a nightmare. Whether it is information, material, or energy control, it is the same. Chun Ang paused. You still have 2 weeks. There is still a buffer of 2 weeks before the information level of the sudden dimensional change. During this time, struggle. Work hard for the freedom of your soul and fate. Protect the dignity of reality. Whether you want to be a dominated NPC or a free player, it depends on your efforts. It depends on the critical point of the information explosion of the entire civilization, the transition of cognition, and the sudden change of civilization. Fortunately, you still have the wall-facing plan. Achieving a transition of information before the civilization reaches the critical point is your only choice. Civilization was facing the final crossroads, and it was no longer allowed to hesitate. No matter what the road ahead was, it had to move forward, rush out of Earth, and realize the sudden change of civilization. Every country was about to launch the final and craziest wall-facing plan, and Chun Ang had given his choice. The quantum civilization with Death's immortality, the Star Soul civilization with void psionic energy. Chapter 136. On the 3rd day after dark, Beijing. New dagger. Located in the underground base in Tongzhou, the inconspicuous building on the surface extended to the underground base building complex that was hundreds of meters deep. Its size was comparable to the surface of Beijing. The magma extracted from the Earth's mantle was extracted into heavy elements by the base's magnetic-controlled cold separation furnace, which supplied the nuclear fusion fuel at the core of the base. The endless supply of magma could provide all the energy and more than 90% of the materials for the base. The top scientists and mutants in the country also gathered here. In terms of energy physics and space physics, this was the most cutting-edge experimental base and talent center on Earth. It was also the last fortress for the country to deal with the sudden change of dimensions. After dark, this place had become one of mankind's last hopes. At this time, in the core optical computer of the base, an old man dressed in plain clothes was floating in front of tens of thousands of holographic screens from different angles. Through his slightly transparent body, one could see the researchers working nervously in the base and the base operating at full power in an orderly manner. This old man was actually a holographic projection. In front of the old man's projection, the bureau chief was fully focused on a light screen above his head. The rapidly scrolling data made him extremely focused. Even his fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white from overexertion. Although the bureau chief's willpower was very strong, this amount of data that exceeded the human body's endurance still made his spirit on the verge of collapse. The bureau chief pressed hard on his swollen and painful temples and asked, academicianly, "How's the plan going?" The projection of the old man in the air replied, "Everything is good in terms of material preparation, but the information obtained from the exploration of other dimensions and time tracing is still too little. At this rate, we may not be able to complete the information puzzle before the critical point of dimension reduction. And our previous batch of scientists who volunteered to undergo thinking sublimation, academician, and the others' thinking is nearing its twilight. Dr. Hu Qian, who quantized thinking, has almost lost her personality. However, the fuzzy quantum logic body she left behind has become the judgment core of the base and has played an unparalleled role in the research work. Dr. Wang Zhixiang, academician Ling Weidong, and 52 other scientists have applied for the quantization of thinking. Hearing this, the bureau chief closed his eyes tiredly. Ever since the emergence of mankind's hyperdimensional technology, too many outstanding researchers sacrificed themselves for it. They contributed themselves to the research facilities of the base and made great contributions to the base and the plan in another form of existence. On the other hand, their personalities had perished, and their thoughts had fallen into twilight. They had turned into mindless specters, not only in the country, but all over the world, in order to break through the limits of human intelligence and cut off the shackles that restrain the sublimation of intelligence. There are too many researchers who use themselves as experimental subjects to create the evolved body of human thinking. They use their deaths to push human technology forward step by step. In the virtual world, his brain died in the nutrient tank because his thinking speed was too fast. There were more than 50,000 researchers who had to reduce their dimensions to survive in the virtual world. The large-scale computational logical thinking entity of the United States, David, was a result of 3,000 dimensionality reduction scientists sacrificing themselves to achieve this. Just in the Beijing base alone, more than 10,000 researchers had voluntarily given up and modified their brains into biological protein computers, using the computing power of computers and human creativity to make immortal contributions to mankind. Biocomputer, quantized thinking, and intelligent personality, formatted thinking, technology after technology, sacrifice after sacrifice, in exchange for a high level of understanding and understanding of their own intelligence, scientists open the shackles of intelligence for mankind. For the continuation of human civilization, they made unimaginable sacrifices. In exchange for the rapid advancement of mankind's science and many major breakthroughs in the wall-facing plan, in 3 months' time, a miraculous breakthrough was completed. You don't have much time left. A line of blood red words suddenly appeared on the light screen in front of the bureau chief. Prophet. The bureau chief frowned and said, "Please speak frankly. The wall-facing plan is a profit. The interference I brought to the apocalypse from the high latitude is getting weaker and weaker. Now, the amount of interference I have with the future of this world is gradually becoming a controllable variable for the consciousness of the apocalypse. He is gradually controlling me. Prophet, with just this, we are unable to fight against the apocalypse. You must tell us more specific information." The bureau chief asked directly, "I can tell you that there is no future world, or the future is in a quantum state. Only at the moment when the future becomes the past, the entire future world will collapse into what you know. In this process, what determines the development of the world, the form of the future world, and the specific information of the world are the world's disturbances. The biggest uncertainty in the development of this world is also the world's disturbances. The biggest uncertainty is not energy or matter, but consciousness. A casual action of an ordinary human can have a greater impact on the future of billions of stars, because consciousness is free and full of unlimited possibilities. So your existence in the high dimension is related to the world's disturbances. In terms of the factor that determines the future, which is the ability to interfere with the world, I can't compare with the apocalypse at all. His ability to interfere with the world is on a different level to me. What I can do for you is to destroy the apocalypse's ability to predict the future, which means that the future development of the world is not within his expectations, and provide opportunities for you to create other possibilities. Both the apocalypse and I can see the future, but I can't be sure what the future will be like after the apocalypse interferes with it. So, in my eyes, the future is in a quantum state, an existence with unlimited possibilities, like a river with countless branches. But now, the branches of the future, the tributaries of the river of time, have been restrained by the apocalypse. In other words, in the future predicted by the apocalypse, my variables are getting fewer and fewer, and the uncertain factors in the future quantum state in his eyes are also getting fewer and fewer. The results of what he does are getting closer and closer to what he foresees and wants to achieve. Omniscience is omnipotence. The fewer variables and disturbances that can give him misplaced foresight, the closer the apocalypse is to omniscience. I'm being covered. My variables are disappearing. Everything I do is gradually under the control of Tianqi. The time he foresees is getting further and further away, and the variables he controls are also increasing. One day he will become a Laplacian demon, a state that can determine the outcome of the future collapse, and when that time comes, I will become a Laplacian. And at that time, it will not be far from the moment when he determines the outcome of the future collapse. At that time, he can determine the future and change the past. At that time, the past will no longer be a certain fact. Instead, it will be the present in the definite state of the past and the quantum state of the future. In other words, every moment is the apocalypse of the present state that foresees the future to change. At that time, we will have no hope. So, I hope that you can become a greater interference and let the country face the wall. There will be more room to play with the interference of the world. At some point, the leaders of the base had all come to the optical screen of the Central Intelligence. Looking at the words on the screen, they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. They had to admit that if they could foresee all, even most of the future possibilities, for the apocalypse that controlled the sky, it would be more than a joke to be omnipotent. Why us? The bureau chief asked. Because you involve more consciousness. Only more consciousness and more free can interfere with the control of the apocalypse to a greater extent. Only more variables can affect the control of the information in the world of the apocalypse, and humans from other dimensions, or even non-humans, will be our only hope. Only other higher dimensional interference. Even if he is not an enemy of the apocalypse, as long as he exists, he will be a variable that interferes with the apocalypse. More observers, higher dimensional interference. These are all existences with powerful interference, and also the only hope to prevent the spread of the apocalypse on the timeline. The bureau chief's index finger gently tapped on the table in front of him and looked at the words displayed on the optical screen. He shook his head. But there is still one thing you didn't tell me. Your actions are gradually under the control of the apocalypse, so I don't think that what you do today, the apocalypse will know nothing. What you do is not your will. It is better to use your mouth to express the will of the apocalypse. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? Why does the apocalypse want to destroy its own high-dimensional state? The words on the optical screen were silent. Why don't you tell me? The prophet? The bureau chief asked. Because this is what he is looking forward to. This is also what he acquiesces to and even promotes. The optical screen flashed. Your plan is full of difficulties. For it to develop to this point, in addition to the sacrifice of the participants, there is also the tacit approval and even promotion of the apocalypse. He will never refuse you to go to a higher and broader vision, and he will never stop you from moving forward. For any plan that can open up a new world, the apocalypse will never refuse. This is the only way I can understand his thinking. The bureau chief looked down and smiled after a while. So he will guarantee and even promote the implementation of our plan? As long as there is a possibility of this plan succeeding, then it will definitely succeed. In the center of the base, the electromagnetic ring was still spinning. In the deeper parts of this world, in the empty parts of the void, some more complex structures, more special substances and energy existed outside the visible world. On the other side of the same world, in another angle of the same inch of space, that seemingly illusory world, Chun Ang's figure stood there. The indescribable substances and energy were defined by him, recompiled, and became an existence that could be understood. This quantum information spread to the whole world. Z. Tani. Loki, we Edgars, you live to be ruled by me. No matter what humble struggles you make, in the end you will kneel in front of me and bow down to me like now. Listen, one-eyed dragon. You don't understand the world other than Earth. What is the universe, Tesseract? You don't know what you are doing. It is not as simple as you think. It is dangerous. It is here to send an invitation to the whole universe and even other worlds, to tell them that you are ready for a high-level war. You are here. Universe, Tesseract. Space door, Chitauri. Invasion. In the Beijing base, the flashing optical screen suddenly stopped, and all the flashing images on the projection screen were replaced by a line of words. Extraction of dimensional information, number SCD 9527, anchored world. Location successful, receiving information from the other dimension, from the device, Universe Tesseract. Coordinates fixed successfully, dimensional membrane anchored, beginning two-way breakthrough, 109810. Dimensional space door setup, open three-phase space door. The entire underground base was silent. Everyone held their breath and stared at the flashing words on the screen. The bureau chief ordered sternly, "Contact Soviet. I want to talk to Yuri. All troops get ready. Send out detectors to the other side. Collect information. All bases get ready for battle. Be on full alert." To be continued. P.S. This is part of the volume, about the country's plan to face the wall. At the same time, it is also a preview of the Marvel Universe volume that may be written in the future. Of course, the next world will be the same. The entire X-Men world will be inserted into the Marvel plot in a strange state, probably the plot of the Alliance fighting against S.H.I.E.L.D., Chinong against Thanos, Soviet beating up the Chitauri, the Avengers against the mutants, and Ultron against the Sky. Chapter 137. Standing at the top of the building, Loki held his scepter and faced the people who followed him. Behind him, a pillar of light shot into the sky, transmitting powerful energy fluctuations in all directions. From the infinite universe to the fine dimensional lines in the void, the energy fluctuations were transmitted to the depths of the universe in the form of quantum fluctuations. Loki controlled the terrifying power of the Tesseract and opened a door to a set of special coordinates through the prism device of the four-pillar space door. What made him feel uneasy was that the Tesseract's energy output was much higher than expected, but the reaction speed of the space gate was very slow. It was as if it was carrying a huge burden, making a buzzing sound as if it couldn't bear the load. Strange? Why is the load of the space door close to collapse? It shouldn't be so difficult to connect to planet Chitauri. Could it be that those idiots broke the equipment on the other side again? Loki frowned. The heroes of the Revival Alliance were already approaching quickly, and he didn't think that his little trick could hide it from them for long. Moreover, anyone who wasn't blind could see this pillar of light, and he didn't have much time left. Fortunately, after the pillar of light was opened, it couldn't be forcibly closed, and now that the space door was in an unstable state, no one dared to destroy it. Loki! The evil god turned around and saw a red and gold metal warrior descending from the sky. The metal armor glowed with a cold light, and the streamlined design of the body reflected the beauty of the industry. Iron Man tilted his head, and the energy pulse under his feet kept him floating in the air. "You destroyed my Staney building. To be honest, I'm very angry," Iron Man said in a low voice, a complete opposite of his previous sloppy attitude. Oh, clown, are you putting on an act in your costume again? You earthlings are really ridiculous. Look at what you're wearing. Tight clothes, masks, and unesthetic uniform design. Don't you feel ashamed wearing these? Loki raised his scepter and pointed at Iron Man. You look like a pervert. What a disgusting aesthetic. An adopted bastard, obviously, doesn't have the right to say that. Tawny sneered. Loki turned his head. His eyes filled with a tyrannical and crazy aura. Shut up, Ants. You don't have the right to judge a king. I'm the Prince of Edgar, and I'm also your king. I've studied you earthlings. You naturally obey the strong, don't you? In your short-lived civilization, there was a long period of royal rule, and in your culture, submission to rule and power occupied the majority. Obedience is your nature, ever since you were a bunch of monkeys, ever since you enslaved each other. From the time you flatter the king's rule, admit it, your nature longs to yield to a powerful, noble being. This is the only meaning of your existence, to serve the strong, to worship me as your king. Now kneel. Loki's face was twisted with jealousy, madness, and gloom. Humans worship heroes and respect kings because they are heroes and kings, not because they are high and mighty. Not to mention a lunatic like you. Captain America stepped out from the side behind him. The green giant's muscles were bulging, filled with power and a tyrannical aura. The huge giant looked at Loki's eyes with extreme cruelty and rage, giving Loki a sense of oppression that forced him to take a few steps back. I think humans may obey heroes, but that's undoubtedly people like me. Tawny looked at Loki with a subtle look of contempt and said in a strange tone, Not a clown! Facing the approaching heroes, Loki took a few steps back and used his scepter to connect himself with the spatial door. Light blue energy appeared on his body. It emitted fluctuations like the spatial door. Loki, who felt safe again, glanced at everyone contemptuously. Stupid humans, how can you understand the power of the tesseract of the universe? With just a little energy fluctuation, the small planet that you live on will be blown to pieces like mud. Loki laughed out loud when he saw the Avengers heroes, who didn't dare to step forward due to his scruples. Earth is mine, and you are also mine. F***ck your freedom, stupid humans. The only meaning of existence for insignificant humans is to be ruled by me. It's to be ruled by the noble and powerful me. The warriors of the Chitauri are my loyal dependents, and you are my humble slaves. Your only value is to serve as a foil to my greatness. My warriors, the warriors of the Chitauri, it will only take me a blink of an eye to destroy this small island. This damned Manhattan will become ruins because of my will, because of your stupidity. This country, this planet, before my invincible army, only has one fate, and that is to wail, cry, kneel, and submit. The pillar of light in the sky suddenly fluctuated violently, and the distorted light expanded into a huge shadow with a diameter of tens of kilometers. Rumbling sounds came from within, and the powerful energy pressure and earth-shattering shouts caused the legs of all the humans in Manhattan to tremble. The sound of steel colliding, the frantic shouts, and the crazy and tyrannical killing intent made the heroes feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Loki stood proudly before the pillar of light, laughing loudly and wantonly venting his emotions. Tremble, humans! Fear, humans! This is my country, and I welcome your king, your ruler. No matter how you struggle, in the end, before my army, the only thing you can do is to immediately kneel before me and bow down to me. The pillar of light opened the door to the dimension. A glaring red fluttered high in front of the door of the dimension. The bright red was like fresh blood. On top of the red, a handle extended out from the end of the golden crescent moon, forming a cross with a hammer. Above the shocking ruins, twisted steel, crashed spaceships, and the corpses of the Chitauri were evenly distributed on the ground. Organs and internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and limbs were hanging on the burning steel spaceships. On the tragic battlefield, a smear of red fluttered high in the sky. That was the bright red flag of the sickle and hammer. The smell of smoke and burning heat, mixed with the pungent smell of the Chitauri's blood, rushed into the noses of everyone present. The radiation rays that rushed toward them felt a slight pain when they pierced their skin. The shock waves mixed with the steel shards made them feel dazed, and they did not know where they were. Only the familiar smell of vodka at the tip of their noses and the earth-shattering shouts could keep them awake. Hurrah! The deafening cheers, passionate shouts, and the familiar aura of war. The first thing the heroes of the Revival Alliance saw was not that they were ready to go. The alien invaders were like mountains and seas, but their corpses and ruins and the familiar voices that made them tremble. Broken skulls, unknown brown objects that looked like minced meat. There were also all kinds of strange corpses that rushed out of the dimension door along with a violent explosion. They scattered on Loki's body, and the stinky filth sprayed on his face. Loki wiped his face with trembling hands and shook his head with a pale face. What's going on? What happened? He found a head that was not badly damaged. It was not easy to stab the brain of the Chitauri's corpse with the scepter. This was because this was the only corpse that was relatively intact among the parts that were scattered all over the ground. If he did not get any useful information, Loki would not have a second chance. Fortunately, everything that happened before this unlucky guy's death could be said to be unforgettable. 3 hours ago, when Earth first opened the space energy of the Tesseract, the Chitauri were still waiting behind the dimension door in high spirits. They were preparing to be cruel alien invaders. They piloted a snake-shaped spaceship, held a laser gun, and waited for the powerless and weak Earth to open the door to them. The Chitauri imagined them killing and plundering wantonly on Earth, venting their cruelty and tyranny, using death and brutality to bring endless fear to the people of Earth. This made their morale even higher, and the excitement of destruction and wanton made them restless. The dimension door quickly opened, but what appeared in front of them was not the weak civilization of this world, but the Earth invaders from another world. Terrifying Earth invaders. The Chitauri's memory was full of fear and blood. He died of intracranial hemorrhage caused by the violent shaking. The reason was very simple. A space shock bomb exploded in their spaceship. After the chaotic density of space distorted their alloy spaceship, it also stirred up his brain, creating a pool of paste. Loki felt that it was not appropriate to judge this paste of blood-paste mixture as intracranial hemorrhage. It should be called racking one's brain. The horrifying Earthlings had explained what cruelty was. They had reshaped the Chitauri's definition of cruelty, including coldness, brutality, and bloodshed. They had overthrown the Chitauri's imagination and understanding of extraterrestrial creatures. On the Chitauri's planet, they had used their wars throughout history to help the indigenous extraterrestrials recognize the term. War was equal to steel, destruction, death, sacrifice, and endurance, as well as naked violence and terror. Endless destruction with killing as the primary purpose. War was equal to the Soviet, and politics was equal to rabbits. The Earth invaders were divided into 3 groups, and even the flags were very familiar to him. A sickle and a hammer appeared in the upper left corner, and there was a flag accompanied by a yellow star. It was a country that had disappeared on Earth not long ago. Loki never thought that they would march into the universe and become invaders who destroyed the peace of the universe. The other flag was also bright red. 5 yellow stars shone brightly in the upper left corner of the flag. The force represented by this flag only took 2 hours to build a huge fortress on the ruins. Lava was extracted from the Earth's crust and refined into steel monsters and more ferocious fortresses and buildings. They spread infinitely on the Chitauri planet. Large pieces of continental shelf were uprooted. Huge machines and machines dismantled the Chitauri planet. Hundreds of miles of huge pits went deep into the planet's mantle. Massive materials were processed and created. They reshaped the planet. Huge warheads weighing hundreds of trillions of tons rushed out of the mantle, drew an arc, and plunged into the other side of the planet. Loki saw an endless army of Earth invaders rushing out of such warhead bases. They controlled robots that were tens of thousands of times more than the number of people, spreading, moving, and reshaping the planet. The last flag had a blue background with a red floating image of the European continent. In the middle of the flag, 12 golden stars surrounded the continent, forming the outer ring of the flag. The resistance of the Chitauri people was crushed into pieces by the joint forces of these three forces. This race that had always been cruel was now like a helpless child being pressed to the ground by a hairy, 2-meter-tall man. Destruction. The strong man who was as thick as a bear, with a mouth full of the smell of alcohol, grinned hideously and became the nightmare of the little girl named Chitauri. The forces represented by the golden 5 stars, however, calmly sent a friendly signal to the alien forces around the Chitauri planet, claiming that they were willing to establish friendly relations with their alien friends in accordance with the principles of mutual respect for the sovereignty of the mother planet and the integrity of the interstellar territory, mutual non-aggression, non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality, mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence, and strive to create a peaceful and orderly universe ordered together. They once again declared, the Communist Alliance will never dominate the universe, nor will it invade any planet. But for the alien invaders who dare to invade the Earth, we will respond with the most serious protest and counterattack. The people of the Earth have confidence and the ability to maintain the peace and security of the Earth. As for the rumors that the Soviets treated the Chitauri people too cruelly and carried out genocide against the Aborigines of the Chitauri planet, the spokesman righteously rejected them. They claimed that this was the shameless slander of the Chitauri invaders. The Chinese planet has been a part of the Earth civilization since ancient times, and they support the Chinese people's counterattack against the Chitauri invaders. At the same time, the spokesman said that the Soviets will never be used in small-scale cosmic conflicts, and will never be the first to use the Soviets in a cosmic war. The leader of the Soviets, Yuri Marin, said that they can do whatever they want. Gossip, the leader of the Chitauri people, Thanos, had a friendly meeting with a representative of the Earth civilization, Apocalypse, in the Alpha Galaxy. The meeting lasted for 3 days, and at the cost of the destruction of a star system, they reached a consensus on 3 points. In the endless void, Chin-Ong stood at the intersection of time and space. An indescribable shadow floated behind him. He stared at the door in the void, locking countless powerful and strange consciousnesses behind him. Swallowing Star, Thanos, Nebula, goddess of death, Apocalypse, knelt on one knee in front of him and asked respectfully, "My lord, the door of time and space has been reopened. Do you want to go back to that world?" "No need. There shouldn't be 2 of me at the same time. Since the me of the past is already in that world, then we shouldn't disturb him now. In that world, you are about to be born. Apocalypse, don't let anyone enter this door. To be continued. P.S. The Marvel preview is over. It's not far from the end of this volume. The next volume is D&D. I repeat, not Marvel,